This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A transgender woman flagrantly violated a newly implemented Wyoming law Tuesday, which restricts people to the restroom corresponding to their birth sex in public buildings. And nothing happened. 27-year-old Rihanna Kelver and Kelver's former English teacher, Nikki Bondurant, announced to a Wyoming Highway Patrol officer stationed at a desk near the restroom that Kelver would be entering the restroom and checked to make sure no one else was in there. Kelver then entered and exited the restroom with no consequences. But Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that the consequences would actually be the responsibility of the state government.
There's no penalty for a person who, quote unquote, violates the law, but there are penalties for governmental entities that don't enforce the law, and they can be sued. I.e., if you're in a restroom and a transgender person walks in there and you are uncomfortable, then you can sue the governmental entity and say, hey, I was uncomfortable. This violated my rights to privacy.
In the case of Kelver's protest, Bondurant's efforts to clear the bathroom beforehand removed potential plaintiffs, which therefore removed the law's enforcement mechanism. The University of Pennsylvania vowed Tuesday to erase top swimming records set by transgender swimmer Leah Thomas 3 years ago and apologized to female athletes that were displaced by Thomas. The announcement surfaced on the same day that Wyoming's new ban on transgender athletes participating in women's collegiate sports competitions took effect. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland spoke to State Senator Wendy Schuler, who said Tuesday's decision by the University of Pennsylvania marks, quote, a great victory for our women and girls.
She's always said that she's motivated by her own memories of being a female athlete before Title IX and feeling that Title IX was this special safeguard for women because it promised their ability to do sports without discrimination.
Also on Tuesday, Schuler's bill to expand the sports law to the collegiate level for Wyoming athletes took effect as law. The operator of a pair of Midwest power plants wants $22 million from BNSF Railway, claiming that the power plants couldn't get their full orders of Wyoming coal. Recently filed documents in a dispute between BNSF and Evergy, an electric utility operating in Kansas and Missouri, reveal a play-by-play for not getting Wyoming coal to power plants during a critical period in 2022. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the dispute highlights the ongoing importance of Wyoming coal to America's power grid and the complex logistics required to move millions of tons of it out of the state.
What you had in 2022 was a real surge in demand for Wyoming coal. Travis Detai with the Wyoming Mining Association recalled how natural gas prices went up, and so a cheaper alternative was to purchase Wyoming coal for these power plants, but the train capacity just wasn't there.
Detai said things have improved, but a lesson from 2022 remains. The industry lost out on 30 million tons of production, and the state lost out on around $60 million worth of revenue. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Professional Stormchaser Bryce Shelton was waiting for the perfect opportunity to propose to his girlfriend and fellow professional Stormchaser, Paige Bertimus. After 18 weeks of waiting, that opportunity arrived in the form of an EF3 tornado that touched down near Clear Lake, South Dakota on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the moment was captured in a dramatic photo, which was the plan.
They both described it as the perfect storm. It was a tornado categorized as an EF3. That means it was moving at up to 165 miles per hour, and it left a path of destruction across South Dakota and Minnesota. But these two storm chasers had been online friends for a while. They had been chasing storms together for a year, and Blake decided this was the perfect time to propose. So as he asked Paige, his girlfriend, to step outside to watch this tornado as it formed, he got down on one knee and he proposed. She accepted.
Fortunately, Shelton and Bertimus are professionals, so they were able able to keep themselves safe during the storm that changed their lives. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Yes, the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, July 2. Transgender man uses the bathroom, flaunting it just to see what would happen. Turns out nothing happened. Talk about the biggest meh moment of all time. But it's good news. It's in the news cycle. Wyoming new laws took effect July 1st, including no gun-free zones, proof of citizenship, bathroom ban, all that stuff. One Wyoming legislator wants to get rid of the Wyoming Business Council, calls it a huge flippin' waste of money. Trump administration seeks to defend Wyoming's new citizenship voter law, and Secretary of State Chuck Gray is pretty happy over that. Hot Springs County had to cut their 4-H program. That's just the beginning of programs that are going to get cut because of reduced revenues. Property tax and oil and gas money down. That's too bad. We're going to talk about that. Rare earths found up there in Manchester. And a whole lot more going on today. First, let's get a weather forecast to you from Day Weather. Looks like this across the state. We got some moisture coming in, courtesy in part of the monsoon moisture effect. Slight chance of rain in Casper after about 4. Clouds on the increase. Highs in Casper today, 94 degrees. Lander, you'll hit maybe 90 with clouds increasing. Chance of rain in the afternoon in Evanston, otherwise partly sunny, 82. Rock Springs, 84. Sunshine and rain showing up, maybe 2 in the afternoon. Pinedale, slight chance of rain, maybe around 1. Clouds increasing with highs 78 in Pinedale. 82 in Afton with a chance of rain in the early afternoon. DuBois, slight chance of rain midday. Otherwise, partly sunny, 80. Jackson, chance of rain probably after 1 in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 83. Thermopolis, again, a chance of rain in the early afternoon. Sunny and 94 otherwise. Cody, you'll hit 85 with showers in the afternoon, probable. Buffalo, slight chance of rain showing up sometime after 1. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 88 in Buffalo. 96 in Sheridan with rain, perhaps around 3 in the afternoon. Gillette, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 94. Newcastle, 92. A little bit breezy today and a slight chance of rain. Sunny and hot in Torrington with highs 97, 91 in Lusk, sunny. Sunshine in Cheyenne, 89 the high. Laramie, you'll top out at about 85 with a chance of rain maybe around 3 in the afternoon. Slight chance of rain around 3 in Rawlins, otherwise sunny 89. So most of us enjoyed a pretty nice day, warm temps, and some moisture, as you might see some thunderstorms building, or at least afternoon showers. And we got a cool down coming for the 4th of July. We'll keep an eye on that as we get closer to Independence Day. Coming up soon. I wonder if they're going to, I guess they're not going to have fire trucks in Cody for the parade. Remember Cody Volunteer Fire Department? They're mad that they can't throw water balloons, so they're not going to be in the parade. We're going to talk to a few Cody folks. Maybe we'll ask them about the parade. We are going to talk Park County Cody Parade, which they call, what do they call it? They parade on July 3rd and 4th, and it's all part of their I forget what they call that thing. The Stampede. Yeah, Cody Stampede Parade, the Cody Stampede annual celebration. There'll be a parade on July 3rd and July 4th, 9:30 in the morning, winding its way down Sheridan Avenue in the heart of downtown Cody, but it's going to be sans fire trucks, as far as I know. Haven't heard otherwise. But we'll talk about the Cody Stampede Rodeo a little bit later. Lead story today from Matthew Christian, along with help from Claire McFarland. There's a ban in Wyoming that took effect July 1st. So to test that ban yesterday, a trans woman used a bathroom in the state capitol building, and nothing happened. It was a non-news story, I guess. It was Rihanna Kiver. Rihanna, I'm going to make some assumptions here, was born male and has transgendered, has magically changed. This is done by unicorn dust and perhaps estrogen shots. Has turned into a woman and wanted to use the woman's bathroom to prove a point, I guess, to make basically a public spectacle. The 27-year-old approached a highway patrol officer stationed at the desk in the Capitol building near the restroom. Rihanna said, "I'm going to use the bathroom." And the officer, I need a newspaper. The officer, I can just picture the officer in the story. The officer is quoted as saying, "Okay," like didn't need to know, but thanks for sharing. And probably didn't even look over the top of the newspaper. It's like Dad's got his slippers on. He opens the paper and the kid's all clamoring for his attention. You know, back in the 1960s, Dad comes home from a hard day of work, pours himself a highball, gets in that lazy boy, opens the paper, and the kids are all at his feet and never looks over or beyond the paper. That's the Wyoming Highway Patrol officer. Rihanna says, with cameras rolling, she brings a friend who is obviously videoing the whole thing on phone in case the arrest goes down. They want to have it all evidenced for their Instagram account. And Rihanna says, I'm going to use the bathroom. Okay. And she did. Now, she had a friend with her, this Bondurant woman, Nikki Bondurant, who made sure, and so it seems to me Rihanna and company knew the law enough that they were trying to catch. They were like trying to spring a trap, I think. I'm going to speculate. This is a good day to have Claire on. Claire partially wrote this story. She shares the byline with Matthew Christian. Good day to have Claire McFarland on, because I'll talk to her and see if she gets the same take on this. Rihanna Kelver is obviously attempting some kind of a promotion, some kind of stunt, and expected, honestly, that she may have been arrested. Kelver said prior to going in, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe I'll be arrested. Kelver's former English teacher, that's who Nikki Bondurant is, announced that Kelver would be entering the restroom, and she checked to make sure no one else was in there. Now, that tells me that despite wanting to make a stunt of this, a political stunt, some kind of statement, that on the day the ban of using restrooms takes effect, she's going to test it. Kelver is going to test it. Nikki Bondurant checking the bathroom first to make sure no one was there removes a potential plaintiff, removes really the whole ban. If no one's in there and you use that bathroom, you're not breaking any law. In fact, you're not breaking any law. Well, I guess you are breaking law if you use the wrong bathroom and someone's in there, because that someone can then sue the public building. In this case, it'd be sue the state in the state capitol building. If it was a school, they could sue the school district for not making sure the right gender uses the right bathroom. It isn't necessarily an arrestable offense. So maybe Kelver knew enough. Maybe Kelver and Bondurant knew exactly what they were doing. Made sure no one was in the bathroom. Therefore, the state trooper could not go in there and arrest Kelver and say, you're under arrest for being in the wrong bathroom. That's not what the law does. That's not what it states, as far as I know. Let's hear Matthew. I think Matthew talks about it. Matthew Christian, politics reporter for the Cowboy State Daily, had this to say with Wendy Core.
A transgender woman flagrantly violated a newly implemented Wyoming law on Tuesday, which restricts people to the restroom corresponding to their birth sex in public buildings. And nothing happened. 27-year-old Rihanna Kelver and Kelver's former English teacher, Nikki Bondurant, announced to a Wyoming Highway Patrol officer stationed at a desk near the restroom that Kelver would be entering the restroom and checked to make sure no one else was in there. Kelver then entered and exited the restroom with no consequences. But Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that the consequences would actually be the responsibility of the state government.
There's no penalty for a person who, quote unquote, violates the law, but there are penalties for governmental entities that don't enforce the law, and they can be sued. I.e., if you're in a restroom and a transgender person walks in there and you are uncomfortable, then you can sue the governmental entity and say, hey, I was uncomfortable. This violated my rights to privacy. So it's really more against the government.
In the case of Kelver's protest, Bondurant's efforts to clear the bathroom beforehand removed potential plaintiffs, which therefore removed the law's enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, and removing the law's enforcement mechanism was by design, I would think. I would think that Nikki Bondurant and her former student, Mr. Kelver or Ms. Kelver, Rihanna, I think they knew exactly what they were doing. I think they knew exactly how the law reads, and they were testing, perhaps, the Wyoming Highway Patrol officer stationed at the desk, who probably, again, in the scenario I've dreamed up in my mind, probably never looked past the newspaper. Okay, we're done using the bathroom. All right. Never. No. And in fact, Kelver on the way out was quoted as saying, "Now I don't know what I'm going to do with my evening. I didn't plan anything, kept it really free." I don't know what that means, other than to say Kelver maybe assumed that he or she would be arrested and thrown in jail. And now that nothing happened, Kelver had a free evening. I don't get that part. I don't get any of this. I don't get any of this statement by Rihanna Kelver. I don't know what she is trying to accomplish here. And neither do several legislators that were also quoted in the story. My new spirit animal, Jeremy Haroldson. I love this guy's quotes. I got to meet him someday. House Speaker Pro Temp Jeremy Haroldson, Republican of Wheatland. I think he captured this perfectly. He's one of the lawmakers that crafted this law. If you were born a boy, you use the men's room. If you were born a girl, you use the girls' room. Simple. He said this. He said the fact that they are publicizing this and making this into something that they're trying to, I guess, get their name known, it makes me feel sad, Harrelson says. I don't think that's it at all. Harrelson saying they're missing the point, they're missing the mark. Harrelson says, I believe this is just protecting spaces for our women and our girls. That's predominantly what needs to be addressed here and highlighted here. It has nothing to do with this individual trying to prove a point. Representative Tom Kelly, Republican Sheridan, added, this was a publicity stunt for a transgender cause. Yep. Republican Representative Riverton Joel Guggenmoss said he feels sorry for the protester. Added, this whole trans issue is about getting attention since it's been glorified in certain groups of society. I feel sorry for him, actually, Guggenmoss said. He's trying to be someone he can never become. Ooh. Yeah, and finally, Representative Martha Lawley, Republican, Worland, said it's about protecting the spaces, very few spaces that offer privacy and safety for women. And she said, accurately so, biological men who claim to be women will never understand what it's like for women and girls to feel vulnerable and unsafe, or to be threatened or attacked by biological males. Yeah, this protest, this whatever it was, this statement made by the trans Rihanna Kelver is just off the mark. It's missing the point, I think. But a whole lot of noise gets made by the 1%ers. And 1% is the estimated U.S. population who consider themselves transgender. 1%. But they make the noise of 90% practically. Yeah, so what happens when a man uses a women's restroom in Capitol Hill? Nothing. What happens when a tree falls in the forest kind of thing? Nothing happened. It's not news. So we'll take a break, come back with Greg Johnson in a moment.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg. Greg Johnson's here.
Yep.
What's happening, Greg? How are you?
I'm okay.
Remember that Trueness project led by Teresa Lawrence? We had her on the show a few weeks ago. She was trying for the Guinness World Book of Records of most people dressed like a butterfly gathered in one space.
Okay.
She fell short of the mark.
Why didn't you dress up, Jake?
I did. Yeah, it was in Jackson. I coulda, shoulda went. My excuse for missing a lot of things is I am too busy working. To live in Jackson, someone like me, I have to work 24/7. If I'm awake, I'm working. I have to make money constantly. There's a new apartment complex that's going up by Mogul Capital. The apartments are going to start at $6,000 a month.
Yeah, they say they're affordable, don't they?
Yeah. It's the Loop apartments or Loop something. When they're finished, they'll be $5,900 a month. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Teresa. I just didn't have time to go dress like a butterfly. The record is 367 dressed like a butterfly in one place. 90 turned out last weekend. So she's got a ways to go.
Yeah, I would say so.
Just a little short. What else is in the news that's interesting?
I don't know. We missed Bobby Bonilla Day yesterday.
Yeah.
That's always interesting. I mean, what a contract. that dude gets over $1.1 million a year through 2035.
Till 2035. Ooh.
Yeah. It was because when he redid his contract back in, when was it? It was the 90s, wasn't it? It was back in the 90s.
I don't know if it's
like he deferred
that long.
Some of it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he deferred some of it. Like instead of it being put into his contract or his signing bonus or whatever, he agreed to, $1 million plus a year through 2035. And so now, July 1st, every year he gets a check.
Yeah. I guess it was smart on his part. I don't know
what the annuity.
I don't know what I don't know what the Mets were thinking. I mean, the total money for the contract was probably not out of line for Bobby Bonilla's talent at that time, but the idea that it would be these deferred payments, Bonilla, you would assume, wins because yesterday's $1 million is not today's $1 million. So who wins in that kind of thing? I don't know.
Okay, yeah, it was 2000 when he signed that deferred payment contract.
Okay.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah, I would think Bonilla would rather have cash in hand and let it gather interest. Like, you want all the money as soon as you can get it.
Yeah, well, I think it was the Mets who wanted to do it that way.
Yeah, and the Mets kind of win that way, I would think, because if you have to pay him $10 million in 2000 or $10 million 30 years later, you're winning as the Mets because that money isn't, inflation makes that money less, right? So Fred Wilpon, the owner of the Mets, he's winning that move. Like, if you win the lottery, nobody takes the monthly payments or the yearly pay. You take it all up front so you can theoretically throw it in a bank account or invest it and let that money grow. Yeah, but we're talking about Bobby Bonilla, one-time star of the New York Mets baseball, and constructed his contract in a way that...
This is the thing. The Mets, Bobby Bonilla didn't have a good year, and the Mets wanted to move on from him, and so they wanted to buy out the remaining $5.9 million on his contract. But instead of paying him $5.9 million, his agent negotiated this 25-year deferment plan with 8% interest. So that's why he gets so the Mets basically decided to pay him, well over $25 million instead of a lump sum of $5.9 million.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound good.
No, I can't blame him for taking it.
Well,
what an agent! His agent got him a good one on that one.
Yeah, and couldn't have happened to a better team. New York Mets.
I do.
Whatever. I expect nothing less of the Mets. But I can't brag right now, though. Yankees are just playing terrible.
I don't know. They're not terrible, but they're only a their lead is only a game now, I think.
Yeah, one game. Toronto is storming. They have a 4-game set with Toronto. They lost the first 2. By the time they get out of this series in Canada, they'll be in second place. Yeah, it's not good. Matthew has a couple of good stories. This one about the legislator who says Wyoming Business Council is a huge flipping waste of money, wants to discontinue it. Ken Pendergraph, he's not the first guy who's pointed at WBC and said, why? A lot of millions have been spent, $370 million from 15 to 2024 via the Business Council. And why is government even trying to spur economy? It's not government's job, some say. And they look to Wyoming Business Council as a place to cut the fat.
Yeah, it's been the Business Council has been targeted before. It's and it's a question, should government be subsidizing private businesses and in effect, within those industries competing with other private businesses that don't get the money.
Yes, and playing favorites, like who they bestow grants on. Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Or is it just is it helping to spark the economy? Is it bringing things that we wouldn't have had before? There's an argument on both sides of it, but yeah, it's a lot of money. These businesses go to the Business Council for millions of dollars.
Yeah. And who gets it, who doesn't? That's weird when government decides. You think about business and economy as being if truly American, it should stand or fall on its own. And whenever you start propping up, whether it's wind or EVs or whenever government starts meddling in the economy or even housing, in my opinion, you got to ask questions. Pendergraph said, for one thing, he doesn't see the results, the return on investment. The last 9 or 10 years, GDP has decreased while we spent $370 million to try to increase it. It indicates to Pendergraph it's not working, and it's a huge waste of money. And he also mentions what's government doing in trying to spur the economy anyway. The economy should either go or don't go on its own. That's the economy. Supply, demand, this market stuff, Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see it at the federal level, like when the auto industry gets bailed out or some other industry.
Yeah.
Airlines,
Yeah.
Things like that, and people always complain, like, why do we have to bail these guys out when my industry's struggling too? Give me some money if you're going to give people money.
Yeah, it creates an unfair playing field. It's just kind of weird. Good story, good food for thought. If you want to give some money to somebody, shoot it over to Hot Springs County's way. They're having to make cuts to their 4-H extension programs. And, it's maybe the first of many stories we see as the result of reduced property taxes. 25% cut in property taxes is being blamed along with lagging oil and gas revenues. Too bad. Hot Springs County 4-H extension programs being reduced. If you go to the office, some say it's never open, always dark. That's sad.
Yeah, there are a lot of 4-H clubs around Wyoming.
4-H. Yeah, and that to me, that's a positive program. I'd rather see 4-H get propped up than some for-profit company that somehow wins a grant. Yeah. They may have some rare earths up there in Ranchester, like a whole mess of rare earths. Ramaco said could be a huge play at the Brook Mine up there near Ranchester, Wyoming. David Madison has that story.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been out there. What's interesting is the Secretary of Energy is going to be there. He's going to visit, and in less than 2 weeks, he'll be up there. And it's not often. It's a rare thing for the Secretary of Energy to come out to Wyoming. I remember when I was in Gillette, and Senators Barrasso and Enzi convinced the Secretary of Energy to come out and visit the coal mines and look at what's going on out there, and that was a big deal. So this is kind of a big deal to get that official out in the state.
Yeah, Chris Wright, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Barrasso was talking back on June 18th, and he was speaking at a Senate committee hearing when he was saying how excited he was about Wyoming and potential to play a role in rare earths processing because, China does it all. And Chris Wright said, you know what, I'm going to be coming out there on July 11th to visit that site, the mine near Ranchester, Brook Mine. What makes this an exciting play for those involved is the unconventionalness of the mine. These rare earth deposits are in kind of soft coal, which is going to make it a lot easier to get at them. Normally, rare earths are in rock, and you got to smash the rock and finally come up with whatever your rare earth is. But in this case, could be much easier to extract. That would be good news.
Yeah, we need them. That's for sure. The way everything's going, magnets, batteries, especially all these batteries that people are using now. It's we keep talking about we need them. It needs to come online. It needs to. Actually.
And rare earths are, stuff that nobody knows that are essential to all your gadgets today. And it's basically anything that ends in the letters IUM, cadmium, radium, like all the IUM words. That's what we need a lot of.
They're actually, most of them not really rare.
Yeah. You know what else got taken out of they're not calling it the beautiful bill. It's just the big bill or the big act. You know what?
The act.
The act. You know what else got removed out of there besides the public land sales proposed by Senator Mike Lee is another big Wyoming win. And that was that 10-year moratorium on states trying to do something in the AI field. If Wyoming came up with an innovative use for artificial intelligence, they weren't allowed to. That was going to be a federal thing for the next 10 years. Only the feds could do stuff in the world of AI.
Well, not exactly. It was the states couldn't regulate AI. It all had to be federal. And so everything would have to follow the federal regulations. States couldn't do their own, which is kind of, why? We set up the states regulate all kinds of things.
Yeah. And the idea of the United States of America was to have states have some level of individualness and all under the umbrella of the union. But this was, taking states' rights away. Mark Gordon's pleased. He's not the only one. Chris Rothfuss and Daniel Singh, legislators, real excited that got removed from the big act.
Yeah. Feds can still regulate it if they want. They, like they do it with marijuana. States will say what they want and feds still regulate it.
Right. That's true. Yep. We see that when it comes to marijuana. Marijuana and AI, very similar. We have to take a break. I want to come back and talk about The Stormchaser, Whirlwind Romance. Oh, that's perfect. Andrew Rossi, what a wordsmith. Proposal right in front of a EF3 tornado. And also Flaming Gorge Days is back. And the parade coming up in Cody. Is it going to have fire department or not? Greg, you want to hang on?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Okay, very good. We'll be right back. Let's do it quick.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping.
He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Back to the news of the day with Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Stormchasers get engaged in front of the perfect tornado in South Dakota. This tornado does look pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, is that a? I don't know if they're both storm chasers. Is that good luck, or is that like pretending what their relationship, what their marriage is going to be like?
I didn't.
I don't know.
I didn't think of that. Yeah. Well,
you know, hey buddy, the tornado's just beginning.
Yeah. Our romance is going to be a whirlwind romance, as Andrew Rossi points out. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I was just kind of stuck on the idea that both of them are professional storm chasers. Like, it just shows you today is different. Yesteryear's occupation was plumber. You know, you grew up, you became a plumber, you made a decent living, and today's occupation is professional storm chaser. How do you monetize that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I do not know.
I don't know, but yeah, these two. He took a knee in front of an EF3 tornado raging behind them. Great photo.
Yep.
Yeah, Bryce proposed to Paige. She said yes, and off they go. Just like that witch in Kansas. Whoosh. Tornado picks them up. Flaming Gorge Days is back after what's-her-face was caught embezzling a whole bunch of money. That thing was gone for a while, that embezzlement scandal back in 2023.
Yeah, they didn't have it in 2023. Came back last year, and this year, I guess it's pretty well back, thousands of people again and everything. But yeah, for a local event, somebody stealing that much, I mean, it almost killed it.
Jennifer Melvin was the former administrator of Green River City Urban Renewal Agency. They were in charge of putting on the Flaming Gorge Days. She managed to sift an alleged, or she's already been convicted? Maybe I don't have to say alleged.
She's been convicted.
$77,000. So yeah, that hurt this event. Canceled it in 2023, but it's back, and Green River turned out for Flaming Gorge Days. I'll say this, man. I was looking at the stage, and I'll share that with our video. I was looking at the stage. Whoever did the stage sound and lighting is top notch. The speakers, for instance.
All the speakers hanging up there?
All the speakers hanging up there, and all the speakers, the bass line, the subs, it's RCF speakers, which tells me this company is not hurting for money, because that is top of the line speaker system, I can tell you. And a whole bunch of them. Like, that's impressive. Where is the photo I'm looking for? I can't find it. I saw it earlier. Yeah, I don't know. They've had big name bands there in the past, but to get there, they're going to have to build this event back up to get, the Kenny Chesneys and stuff they used to get. But that's, you're playing into a pretty good sound system. I'll say that.
Well, see, I wouldn't have noticed that at all.
I noticed that kind of stuff. What about this this dispute over coal and the railroad? David?
Yeah, that was the thing back in 2022, and several coal mines had a real problem getting coal to their customers through the railroad. And the railroad at the time had said, well, we're having staff problems, we're having these problems. And I know both Arch at the time and Peabody in their earnings calls several times mentioned trouble with the rail lines getting coal to their customers. And I guess one of those customers says, you know what, you cost us some money, railroad, we want $22 million.
Well, the Wyoming Mining Association reported that in 2022, Union Pacific and BNSF Railway just couldn't keep up with demand. Now, whether they couldn't or wouldn't is interesting. They appear to have the ability to run enough trains to move that coal. Why didn't they? I'm sure that got coal producers in trouble. They got contracts they need to fill. Back east.
That was the same time we were running stories about how they had shortage of engineers and things like that. You have to have a certain number to safely run a train. You can't just put one guy on it.
I see.
Multiple people and stuff. And so and I think a lot of that, went down during COVID because, a lot of stuff wasn't moving. And then they couldn't get it there, and rail for our coal here. I mean, there's really no other choice. You can't truck it. There's too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to move it by rail, and It's just they can't handle it. That's a huge problem.
That marathon session that finally got the act passed, formerly known as the Big Beautiful Bill, that went like 60 hours in total, back-to-back all-nighters from senators, and it ended in a tie, which was broken by Vice President J.D. Vance. 50-50 tie. That's because 3 Senate Republicans flipped. Susan Collins, Rand Paul, and Tom Thomas.
And I'm seeing this morning that there were 4.
Oh.
And the reason it eventually got passed because they only needed the 50 because they knew they had Vance to break the tie.
Yes.
But it seems like the holdout, the deciding one was Lisa Murkowski from Alaska.
Oh.
And then I guess she's catching heat because I guess in order to give her vote, she got some concessions for Alaska put in there.
I'm not surprised. If you're noted as the one that it's hanging up on, if it all comes down to your vote, yeah, I'm not surprised that she might have got a little something for Alaska. That's interesting. And I wonder if there was any pause with J.D. Vance's vote. Like once it came down, they did the roll call, ayes and the nays, and they got 50-50, and they said, J.D., break the tie. And I wonder if Vance just looked at Trump.
Could you imagine the uproar if he voted no?
I know, that's what I'm thinking. If Vance just looked at Donald Trump and said, I dare you, I dare me. Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't any chance. So
no chance, Vance. Well,
no chance with Vance.
No, he pulled the Republican.
I bet he was wearing pants.
Yeah, that was interesting. That's a hard weekend's work there for the lawmakers. So where does that go? Now it goes back to the House in this renewed version, right?
Yeah. I don't think the House is too happy with some of the Senate changes.
Oh boy. And if they try to tweak it, oh man. Yeah, politics. And finally, Claire McFarland's story about the UPenn banning trans athletes. This is the college that had that swimmer that looks like a beast. If you saw him standing next to an average woman, you'd be like, what the? And
this is the one that started it all with with Riley Gaines and everything. This person was on the men's swimming team. Was like average on the men's swimming team, and then he goes trans and gets on the women's swimming team and is shattering all the women's records.
Right.
I mean, just by huge amounts. And then, but at the same time is, winning all these meets because, and they're propping this person up as, oh, look at this person. And they're really promoting, and now, they're now they're really reversing course and have erased all of Leah Thomas's records and everything, and have banned trans athletes from participating in women's sports at the school.
Yeah. A few years ago when this was happening, University of Pennsylvania thought they were all kinds of woke and as you said, got behind this athlete. They thought it was, trans, isn't this great? And he just outswam every girl, and they're like, this isn't fair. Now, University of Pennsylvania announces that they're re-woke. They woke again, and they're banning trans athletes from participating in women's sports. What a turnaround.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is it's that Trump effect. You look at what Trump has been doing with Harvard and everything, and they're like, there's no way they're going to leave us alone, so we better do this on our own.
Yeah. Trump,
or else we're going to get targeted too.
Trump has told all these colleges and universities, if you're doing the EEI stuff, DEI, you're in big trouble.
Well, and they did it the same day that Wyoming's ban on college trans athletes went into effect.
Yes. Interesting to note. A lot of news, and Greg Johnson's going to get back, roll up his sleeves, get back to it. Thanks, man. Have a great Wednesday.
All right. See ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. We got much more to get to on the Wednesday edition, July 2, as we head into a 4th of July weekend. It'll be here soon. We'll be right back with more top of the hour news break on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A mandate to keep males out of women's bathrooms in government buildings, a lifting of most government gun-free zones, and a requirement to prove U.S. citizenship and state residency when registering to vote were among the 106 new Wyoming laws that activated Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland highlighted just a few of the more prominent laws that took effect July 1st.
Some of the big ones that people have been really chattering about is the repeal of most gun-free zones on government campuses. Now that also affects schools. And then the bathroom ban. There's the voter integrity measures. And then there's measures to have authorities investigate land sales close to critical infrastructure, like the Air Force Base, power plants. If you're a business and you work with a lawyer, it might be good just to say, hey, what's some that directly affect my business that I need to worry about right now? If you're an individual, you can go on to wyoleg.gov.
When the Wyoming legislature passes new laws in February or March, it will commonly have them activate July 1st of that year to give residents and those impacted by the new laws a chance to prepare for the change. Hot Springs County residents aren't happy about deep cuts to the county's budget, including two beloved programs, 4-H and the County Extension Office. County commissioners argued that they have no choice but to slash $2.1 million from the county budget. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that commissioners are claiming that their cuts are needed in the face of lagging oil and gas revenue in the county coffers, as well as a 25% cut in property taxes.
For a lot of these kids in those rural ag communities, 4-H is it. I mean, that's their big thing. That's what they do. That's their outlet. That's the activity they're involved in. So obviously the commissioners are catching a lot of heat for that. A lot of residents of that county are saying, no way, we don't like this. And that's to be expected. In these rural communities, 4-H really is a big deal. The extension office is a big deal.
Among other cutbacks, Tatum Jordan, administrative assistant for the Extension Office, was laid off, and a roughly $7,600 line item, money used to fund travel and other expenses for 4-H events, could also be slashed. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright will join Wyoming's congressional delegation and Governor Mark Gordon on July 11th for the groundbreaking of what Ramaco Resources believes is the largest unconventional rare earth deposit discovered in the U.S., located at the company's Brook Mine in Ranchester. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the high-profile attendance at the groundbreaking ceremony underscores the project's national significance.
On July 11th, Energy Secretary Chris Wright will be joined by Wyoming's entire Washington delegation, Governor Gordon and others at the facility there in Ranchester to show off the Brook Mine and the beginning of this process where they hope they're able to take the ore out of the ground right there and then process it into these really in-demand rare earth oxides that can then help replace the dependence that really high-tech industries depend on it coming from China.
The mine is expected to produce about 1,240 tons of rare earth and critical mineral oxides annually at a steady state, generating an estimated $378 million in annual revenue by 2029. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
A Wyoming lawmaker has zeroed in on a plan to reduce the size of state government. Sheridan Representative Ken Pendergraft said at a recent Joint Appropriations Committee meeting that he'd begin reducing the state's budget by eliminating the Wyoming Business Council. Pendergraft told Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian on Tuesday that economic development shouldn't be the government's responsibility.
He provided two reasons for this. First of all, he doesn't think economic development should be under the purview of the government. He's very opposed to that. He believes economic development should be left to the free market. Mr. Pendergraft's other reason is that basically what the Business Council is doing isn't working. He says the state's GDP has gone down since 2015 and that it's not working for the state.
Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell said he shares Pendergraft's concerns about government intervention in the economy. However, he added that no markets are truly free markets anymore. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
We're back in studio on Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Coming up this hour, we'll check in with State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. She's the super of education. We'll ask her about not one, but two lawsuits that the Wyoming Department of Education is facing. Andrew Rossi will be with us as well, and Don Day for the day weather forecast. I do have a question for Don concerning a weather phenomenon. I know he doesn't like that, especially if it's sensationalized. In this case, I mean, it's sort of sensational, but it involves a video that I would have to describe to you. It happened in Amarillo, Texas. A radar picked up two weather fronts that just collided. I don't even know how to explain it. That's why we're going to need Don to explain what is happening. But the radar shows these two outflow boundaries, they're called. And they hit each other and kapow. It's like, that's how weather gets made in Texas. It is, it's pretty wild. I mean, just watching the radar, I can't imagine what it was like on the ground in Texas when that happened. I'll ask him if that's unusual, if there's a term for that. And, you know, we'll just pick our weather guy's brain. Just cause. Let's dig into this story from Matthew Christian. I like this story because I think there's a lot in it. There's a lot we can take away from it. There's a lot to think about and discuss. And if you are inclined to jump in on the conversation, please do. We have a studio line, 307-999-TALK. Shoot me a text. Let me know what you think. 307-999-8255. This story is from Matthew Christian. Huge flippin' waste of money. Legislator wants to eliminate the Wyoming Business Council. We had WBC boss, director, president on the show. I guess he's the CEO. Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell. We had him on the show, maybe a couple months ago, talking about what the Wyoming Business Council does. At least for now, this Wyoming lawmaker has zeroed in on a plan to reduce the size of government, number one, save some money, number two, and maybe get out of the business of spurring the economy. Representative Ken Pendergraft, Sheridan, Republican, told Cowboy State Daily the first thing he'd do to reduce the state budget is get rid of the Wyoming Business Council for a number of reasons, Pendergraft says. Number one, it'll save money. Money dished out to the Wyoming Business Council, who then dole that money out to what they deem worthy businesses in the form of grants and other projects. $370 million in total through the years 2015 to 2024. So in 9 years, in an attempt to diversify the economy, Wyoming has spent $370 million through the Business Council. Pendergraft said that's a lot of money for very little return. He doesn't see it. Pendergraft said, $370 million over that 9 years. During that same period, real gross domestic product has dropped from $34.8 billion to $34.4 billion. So during that same 9-year period, when WBC was spending $370 million in taxpayer money, the state saw little in return. In fact, saw a reduction in return of GDP. In those 9 or 10 years, Pendergraft says, private sector real GDP has decreased while we spent $370 million to increase it. Pendergraft said, in conclusion, it's not working. It's a huge flippin' waste of money. Pendergraft also called into question whether the government should be attempting to meddle in the economy at all. Pendergraft said what it ends up being is the government picking winners and losers. Certain businesses or individuals get benefits, perks, and other assistance, while other businesses are left with wondering how really free the market is anymore. Yeah, free market stuff. Durrell, in defense of WBC, said there's definitely a role for government in the economy. We believe that role should be very surgical, and the interventions that we take should be well thought out and precise and no more than they need be. But Durrell did not seem surprised about being targeted. He said Wyoming Business Council, since it was created in 1998, has had to answer to a few lawmakers over the years. There's definitely been discussions about cutting or wondering what is the significance of the Wyoming Business Council. But yet another attack on WBC comes from Representative Ken Pendergraft, who questions whether the money towards WBC is even working and whether government should be in the business of economy and spurring the economy. The WBC's stated purpose is to create an economic framework so that Wyoming businesses and communities can thrive. That sounds good as a mission statement. Sounds good to create a diversify the economy, create some kind of framework. But what it really means, what boots on the ground creating an economic framework means, is certain companies get grants to help them out with whatever, capital investments, expansion. I think Brunton. What's the name of that? They do compasses and binoculars. Brunton, based in Riverton, I think they were the recipient of WBC money back in the day. And yeah, if you're Brunton, it was great. And if you're their competitor, you're like, what the heck? 2021, yeah, I think Brunton I think they got a WBC grant to build a new facility in Riverton. Yeah, I'm about to check that out. I can't remember. I'm just going by memory, but yeah, it's an interesting issue. Pendergraft's got a point. Wyoming Business Council has been successful in spurring the economy. I think on certain levels, in certain cases, you can say, yeah, look at this company. They really benefited from the program. But overall, is Wyoming economy benefiting if GDP is going down over the 9 years that $370 million was doled out? You have to wonder, yeah, is it working? Good story from Matthew Christian in the Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a break here. When we come back, Don Day will do the day weather forecast, and then we'll get right to Megan Degenfelder. We're going back to back with that, so hang on. Going to get fast here. We'll be back in a moment.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
What's that?
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. The storm chasers that got engaged in front of the tornado. That's a cool story from Andrew Rossi. I wonder, well, that was an engagement. I wonder if the wedding would include Don Day officiating. Have you ever officiated a wedding, Don Day, in front of a tornado, maybe, let's say?
No.
No.
Something I have not done yet, nor do I really want to do.
Yeah. I can't believe there are professional storm chasers. Like, I don't know how you monetize that.
A lot of them don't make a dime and probably spend a lot of money on gas and hotel rooms and fast food, that type of thing. The idea is to try to get that one photo, get that one movie that you can get licensing rights to. You know, that's why I don't post all, you know, there's so much out there in social media. A lot of times, I found out a long time ago, you see something on Twitter and you go, that's a great tornado photo, and you repost it, then you get a nasty note saying, you didn't get my permission to repost that. I'm going to license that picture. So that's how now there's another way to monetize it. And they take groups of people. You know, they'll fill up some vans and they'll take people out storm chasing, you know, so it's just like anything you would do, like we do around here, like, you're a rafting guide or you're a fishing guide. Well, you're a tornado guide. So there's a little bit of a cottage industry that's popped up doing that. Of course, the waiver you have to sign is 30 pages.
Right. You might get blown.
It's an inherently dangerous operation.
Yeah. You get your money up front, too, in case your clients blow away. I know. I would assume they have experience, so therefore they've seen a thing or two. But still, the amount of professionalism, you know, it's not like getting a brain, you know, hire a spine surgeon who's gone to school for it and has done, you know. Yeah. How do you know that tornado's not coming our way? Oh, we've done this.
Well, you know how you become a professional storm chaser? You say you're a professional storm chaser. That's how you can.
You're A, still alive, and B, you've done it once before. Yeah, you're a professional storm chaser. I guess so. I sent you a video of radar over Amarillo, Texas, and two, like, outflow boundaries, whatever those are. It looks like two different storm systems collide. What's happening there, and does it happen very often? Did you see that?
Yeah, it happens all the time. And what the video that Jake sent me showed that two thunderstorms, one south and one to the north, developed and then dissipated, and then they pushed out what's called an outflow boundary. When thunderstorms form and you start to get downdrafts, especially when they're dissipating, they let go of colder air high above the ground, and that colder air sinks because it's more dense and it hits the ground and spreads out. That's why we get these strong wind gusts. And that's something that could happen today and tomorrow in parts of Wyoming. These gusts of winds will then just go out and, you know, we know how flat it is around Amarillo, right? So those surges of air spread out. They sometimes encounter another one and they run into each other and they collide. So when they collide, the air can't go into the ground. It's got to go up. So it forces the air up like a front would, and it causes another batch of thunderstorms to form because the air's getting lifted where the collision takes place.
I can visualize that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and so those outflow boundaries, you know, are almost impossible to predict, like 2 or 3 days ahead of time.
Yeah.
But you'll get thunderstorms that will form maybe where you didn't think one would because of that outflow boundary. And those outflow boundaries can cause a lot of problems. They can cause strong gusty winds, and a lot of times you'll just be dead calm in a summer afternoon. Then a big burst of wind will hit, and a lot of times that's what happens. Those outflow boundaries can travel hundreds of miles sometimes.
Yeah, I felt that. Interesting. Today in Wyoming, going to be really warm in some places, but chance of afternoon showers. Are those showers going to be thunderstorms or just rain or what?
No, the western, so the So the western side of the state, so on a line from about Laramie to Sheridan west, we've got a lot of subtropical moisture that's come up out of Mexico. And so we're going to see afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Some will produce those gusty winds. We could even have brief periods of heavy rain. Yellowstone, Grand Teton National Parks will have plenty of activity today and especially tomorrow. Tomorrow, Jake, is a day where the moisture is the deepest. And we probably Thursday and Thursday night are going to have those thunderstorms that could have flash floods potential. So I want to alert the outdoor folks, especially the next couple of days, probably through Friday. You don't want to set your tent up next to a stream. Okay.
Yes.
Don't do it. It's nice. You want to hear that creek, and do all those types of things. But the type of pattern that we're in, I've seen this before, is you get these slow moving, heavy thunderstorms, and they like to be over the mountains. And we're at that risk starting today, but especially tomorrow.
Yeah, slow moving, mean they can dump a lot of water in one place at one time. Yeah, as someone who's learned not to tent in a dry wash in Utah, flash floods, not fun. Good advice, good heads up. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
All right, Don Day with the updated day weather forecast. Yeah, we got some warm temps and maybe some afternoon troubling rain. Watch out if you're camping in Yellowstone. Now you got the heads up. Let's get right back into the Zoom room, right back into more discussion. It's Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. Megan, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Jake?
I'm good. You're great despite facing not one but two lawsuits. You still got a smile on your face.
Education is such a sleeper issue these days,
boy. Who knew it was so political, so politically charged? I want to start there. We're going to start with the rough stuff and then move into easier things. The latest challenge is your friend's Judge Froelich, who is, by the way, is up for retainment in 2026 in November. I'm just throwing that out there. The WEA has brought a suit against the voucher program, the diversification, the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act, which holds up the money that would go towards students, $7,000 per student towards private schools or homeschooling. What is the WEA, which is a nonprofit based in Cheyenne that gets a 1-star rating? I'm just throwing that out there on the interwebs. What is their issue? I think they fear this program could make it harder for some people to get into private schools. I don't know. What is the gist of their case? Do they have a case?
Yeah, so the Wyoming Education Association filed suit claiming that the Steamboat Scholarship, the education savings accounts, are unconstitutional, that they don't uphold that adequate and equitable education that were required in the Constitution. But the Steamboat Scholarship, one really important point is that it's a totally separate education entity or funding mechanism for schools. They're claiming that it's not. The worst part about all of it, and where I think that WEA hit an all-time low, was in their filing dates. They filed 2.5 weeks before our first payment was to go out, asking for the judge to make a decision 2 business days before our first payment. So we have upwards of 4,000 students and their families that have just been sent into utter chaos with the timeline. And that's really what's unfortunate here out of everything. It's I think it's wrong. It's terrible. The emails we're getting from parents. We've got, for example, on the pre-K level, we've got a parent that reached out. She took a job with this assurance that she could send her kid, she's a low-income single mother, to a pre-K program. And now she's asking, should I quit my job? And we don't know because, 2 business days before our first payment was to go out, as you mentioned, the judge put a temporary hold on payments with the idea that there would be a more robust order that would come out mid-July. So right now we're kind of in a holding pattern.
Judge Peter Froelich, who was appointed by Meade going way back when. He hasn't made an actual decision. He's only looked at it enough to say that there is a potential that the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act violates the state constitution, depending on how you interpret it. But I guess I could see where he has held up the payments because you can't put the money back. Once you pay the money, you can't get it back. So, but some families are counting on that money, and I don't know where the harm. I don't know. I mean, that's for lawyers to decide.
Yeah, I think that's the big question of where is the actual harm? Can they show that there's irreparable harm to anyone? You've got parents that have intervened, but we can't find any evidence that a child otherwise in the public system would be harmed at all by this. It's separate funding from the school foundation program account. And so this matter of an injunction and having to put a hold on the program, I just think is wrong for these families. It's not what's best for kids. And unfortunately, kids are getting put in the crosshairs in all of this.
The judge says a decision should be coming mid-month this month. The state constitution calls for public education to be a paramount state commitment, while Wyoming Department of Education is saying we're giving more school choice, more choice for your education and schooling. Somewhere there's a lot of ground between those two ideologies, I guess. Does the state constitution need to be updated, changed?
Well, I think we have good provisions in the state constitution. It's debatable of how extreme the courts have taken that. I think that's part of what we're dealing right now with recalibration and the other court case that's before us. But I think the really important thing here with the education savings accounts is this is supplemental to our public education system. This is a separate means of funding choice of education, not taking away or trying to replace our public education system.
That's a good point. I did see that argument online. In fact, it was on WEA's Facebook site. 93% of the kids are in Wyoming are in public schools. And that may show a lack of choice. That's the only choice. And the funding, the money that's going toward this new act, the $7,000 per kid, that's not taking away any money out of public schools, right? That's just a whole separate supplemental other avenue.
Right, funded from the general fund, not from the school foundation program account. I would also argue, and I try to explain to folks, that the $7,000 is less than half of what it takes to fund a kid in our public system. And so any student that would otherwise be in that public system, that actually would end up being a net savings to our school foundation program account.
Well, this isn't the only lawsuit, unfortunately. And we go back to Judge Frolicker, who made a decision in 2022 lawsuit that concerns just funding school in general. I don't know how. Do we have enough time to discuss how education funding works? What did the judge say in this one, which is headed, I think, to a Supreme Court ruling? That's not over yet.
That's right. It's under appeal at the moment. And it's really this question of, have we adequately funded education? So how our Constitution works, it's very unique compared to other states, is that we're required to fund education adequately and equitably. So number one, with equitably, what that means is we're not going to be like Colorado, where a poor school district is a result of poor neighborhoods and property taxes, and rich neighborhoods fund rich schools. But it means that every school district in Wyoming is funded equitably. And so the way that works is that you have a school foundation program guarantee. And if your district that has local revenues that are above that amount, then you put that excess into the pot. And then if you're a school district that's under that amount, you get to pull from that pot. So that's how we make sure that it's equitable. And that's majority paid by property taxes, which, small plug, are majority paid by the mineral industry. Now, flipping gears, okay, that adequacy. How do we know that they've been funded adequately? And so that's where we have that third party group that comes in, costs out through recalibration what it should be. And the question in this lawsuit is, have we adequately funded education? Now, there have been some cuts to the education funding model, but you also have to keep in mind that for many, many years, we were overfunding education quite significantly. And so that's what's up for debate in the courts right now.
And the recalibration is like checking in every so often. How are we doing? How often does that happen? And you're doing that or just did that?
It's meant to happen every 5 years. So you have these consultants come in and they're able to really cost out what the basket of goods for education should be. And so that's happening right now. The first meeting just occurred a couple of weeks ago. And so there's a special legislative committee that goes through that process.
That's a lot. How many? I thought your job was so much easier, man. That's a lot of stuff. Holy cow. All right, let's for a minute, let's get off that topic of funding education. Let's go to this notion of a 4-day school week. What about that? Our kids here in Teton County, they're going to go 4-day school. Is that a popular trend? And what do you have to do with it? You probably have to sign off on something like that, right?
So the 4-day school week has to be approved by the State Board of Education, of which I serve as a member. But this is an interesting topic and one that I've been talking to my colleagues from across the country on. A lot of the studies are showing that it is a negative impact to students having that 4-day school week. States like Arkansas are looking at banning 4-day school weeks. And so this is one that I've just started to really dig into. We want to do what's best for kids, not for adults in these scenarios. And we need to make sure that whatever decision we make, that it's best for student outcomes.
Interesting, because I've talked to a few kids and none of them liked it. None of them wanted it. They want to go to school 5 days a week. I'll bet a lot of parents want them to go to 5 days, but maybe not people who work in the school system. Maybe who is it working for the 4-day week? I mean, I like the notion if I could work 4 days, but that's interesting.
A lot of smaller communities have argued that it's because, if they have a large populace of their student body that are involved in activities or sports, that half their classrooms missing that day. And so it's better to have everyone there. So that's an interesting, argument. But now what we're seeing is more and more larger school districts that are moving towards it. And so that's kind of contrary to that argument. But Rock Springs, for example, Jackson. And so I think this will continue to be a conversation and we need to look at the data.
Anything else we need to get to?
I would just say in light of it being the week of 4th of July, we've got a lot of exciting patriotism efforts going on in schools. And so I might put in a plug for we're bringing back a mega teacher conference August 4th and 5th. And the theme is all around America's upcoming 250th birthday and kind of honoring the past, but then also innovation of the future. And so that should be pretty neat, honoring teachers, our civics teachers, all of those great efforts going on, our civics curriculum portal. So anyway, just in light of the 4th of July holiday, just want to highlight a lot of those efforts that we're making to get patriotism back in the classroom.
What are you doing for the 4th?
I am headed up to Cody today, so
no way
up there.
Oh, that's fun. We were talking about that. We're going to talk to a few folks about things that are happening in Cody for their parade.
And my husband actually has the week off, so he's coming with me and all 3 dogs. So look out for that in the parade.
But I guess don't look out for the fire trucks. I still think they're not going to be there. But yeah, bring your own water balloons. All right, well, have fun. Have a great 4th, Megan. Thanks for coming on.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily with the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, and how the Wyoming Department of Education right now facing 2 lawsuits brought by WEA and how they're navigating that. That can't be fun. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Andrew Rossi on the show after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Well, scientists say they may have stumbled upon the cause of Parkinson's disease, or one cause. And beware, it's probably not welcome news for golfers. Yeah. A disturbing link between Parkinson's disease and living nearby a golf club, a golf course. What? What is it that is causing an increase in Parkinson's cases found among people that live nearby a golf course? Some of you more astute listeners may be thinking ahead and already have the answer. And it has to do with the pesticides used on golf courses. The risk, by the way, jumps 126% more likely to develop Parkinson's if you live nearby a golf course. Pesticides applied to the golf course play a role in the incidence of Parkinson's for nearby residents, researchers conclude. It's in the JAMA, Journal of, what is JAMA? Journal of American Medicine something. I think. JAMA. It's in the latest JAMA, published back in May, actually. Does living within proximate proximity to a golf course affect the risk of Parkinson's disease. Findings are that a case-controlled study found a greater risk of PD, Parkinson's disease, within 1 to 3 miles of a golf course. So weird. Yeah, so be careful if you're looking to get into a golfing community and residents near a golf course. It could be the pesticides used. I think some of the pesticides were identified and they are varied. There's like 6 or 7 with long scientific names, but yeah, Parkinson's and golf, the link it made. That's so, would not have seen that coming. In California, they're celebrating the 4th of July early. Well, not really. A fireworks warehouse is exploding right now. I don't know if the fire is out yet, but I'm looking at the video. And it started on July 1st, lasting into probably today. Sheriff's office has issued a 1-mile evacuation order around the area. And I still don't know exactly where in California this is. Let me see. Huge facility. Yolo County. The blaze is happening in Esparto, California. It began shortly before 6 in the afternoon yesterday and continues overnight and today. And yeah, it's a fireworks show. I mean, a little early, but yeah, it's pretty good blaze going and some good firecrackers. Yikes. Andrew, I assume, is going to be on here, and we're going to talk about getting engaged in front of a perfect tornado. If you're storm chasers, that's the backdrop you want, right? I mean, if that's what you do, Bryce Shelton, Paige Berdomus are both professional storm chasers, and he decided that would be perfect to make the engagement when you've got an EF3 tornado in the background. That tornado looks really cool. You got to check out the photo in Andrew Rossi's story. Go read that online at the cowboystatedaily.com. Storm chasers get engaged in front of the perfect tornado in South Dakota. They both love South Dakota. They met online and they had this shared interest of storm chasing. They both are as professional as you can make storm chasing. So, they had that in common. And yeah, and then through chasing storms, they grew closer and closer. I don't know. Andrew could maybe tell us how it all came to be. Andrew Rossi joins us on the Cowboy State Daily Show, and I love your story about this couple, professional storm chasers, Bryce and Paige. He went down to one knee right in front of a pretty cool tornado. Had he been planning this for a long time? What did you find that out in the story? How long he thought?
Well, yes and no. I guess it depends on your perspective. He had been wanting to propose for over 18 months, according to the interview he gave the People, but he wanted to wait until he found the perfect storm in South Dakota because that was their favorite state. And if you're a storm chaser, there's no better backdrop or no better occasion than the perfect storm. So they saw something that looked promising. He had the ring ready to go. So when they pulled over to watch this tornado, it was forming. He popped the question. So the photo that everybody's seeing, that's a recreation of the engagement moment. It's not the actual one. They were alone at the time.
Oh, wait a minute. That's fake.
It's not fake. It's the same time and the same storm. It's just not the exact moment because as they said, they were alone at the time. He popped the question. She said yes. They kept chasing the storm. And then they ran into another storm chaser who heard what had happened. It's like, okay, we need to get a better picture.
Okay, cool. And Andrew, Mr. Wordsmith, Whirlwind Romance. Come on.
you got to take those opportunities as they come up, Jake. I'm
so
sure you
good.
understand.
Oh, it's great. I love it. And I didn't see who wrote the story. I was like reading the story and I didn't look at the byline. But when I saw Whirlwind, I'm like, that's an Andrew story. Gotta be. Yeah, cool story. Is that the same tornado we just saw in South Dakota that somebody got a photo of, or was that Nebraska? Or you had another story about a tornado?
Yeah, no, the other tornado story I did, I think that was last week. That was in Nebraska.
Okay.
This one was on the border of South Dakota and Minnesota, and there were reports of damage in both states. And this one that the Stormchasers got is kind of interesting because it was a very, you can't help but get caught up in the romance of the moment. Two storm chasers in front of a storm, but it was a fairly destructive tornado. It tore up trees, destroyed at least one homestead, and it was an EF3, so it was moving at about 165 miles per hour.
Oof. Yeah, and it's like perfectly formed and shaped. That to me tells you that it's one that's going to throw some stuff around. Yikes. Well, it's good that I guess professional storm chase, they know how far away they need to be and stuff like that.
They know what they're doing. And you also notice, that was another one of my subheadings I'm very proud of, they were not caught up in the moment.
Oh, I missed that. Nice. Well done. Touche, mister. If the economy really goes to crap, we can always pick weeds for a living, I guess. Johnson County is paying bounties for invasive weeds, about $1.25 a pound, depending on what kind of weed it is. Hound's tongue, let's get rid of that. What a neat idea. And they were all out picking the other day.
They were, yeah. They launched the program at the end of June, just as to get people out and about, because the whole idea behind this isn't just to offer money for invasive weeds, but to help people to recognize them. So if they get more familiar with these invasives, they might be more proactive about wanting to get them out. And you'll notice that the biggest bounty is for information on particular kinds of weeds. So if you notice there's a spot where this particular one is growing, that could get you, I think it's up to $60.
Oh,
so it's like cool. Like in the tradition of the Old West is, it's like, here's, you're dead or alive, except they want them dead. Here's a bounty for that. But I've also got some information where you might be able to find, where a bunch are holed up.
Wanted dead or alive. Yeah, these weeds. And also probably a little more palatable today than the bounties that used to be on, wolves and coyotes.
Well, I think so. Nobody wants invasive weeds around. I know wolves are a very contentious subject, but I think we can all agree on invasive weeds. And there's all the more incentive to want to get rid of them if there's money on the table.
The making of Heart Mountain. I want to know how historians or scientists or geologists, whatever they are, how did they know, for instance, Heart Mountain was formed in part by the 700-mile-an-hour movement of a rock the size of Rhode Island? Like, how do you figure that out millions of years later?
Well, it's complicated, but I guess the simplest way to describe it is when you look at the rock that makes up the majority of Heart Mountain, there's no other rock like it anywhere else in the vicinity in the Cody area or in the Absaroka range, the Absaroka range. Sorry, people get a little, the pronunciation varies.
I do Absaroka too.
Yeah, that's how I say it as an outsider, but up here in Cody we say Absaroka.
Okay.
But regardless, the main portion of Heart Mountain is bighorn dolomite, which is a particular kind of rock that forms under specific conditions. And the only other bighorn dolomite in the area is up near Cook City, Montana. So they figured out pretty quickly that this giant hunk of rock doesn't belong where it is, but it's there. So that doesn't just happen overnight, or in this case it does. As I like to put it, because it makes it fun and confusing, is that it took less than 30 minutes for Heart Mountain to get to where it is today, but that 30 minutes was stretched over 47 million years, according to this new analysis that I covered in the story.
I love the lead. Cody's Heart Mountain, not the result of the largest known landslide in Earth's history. It's the result of two of the largest landslides in Earth's history. Great job.
Yep, it's on stuff on an unprecedented scale that we can't really fathom. I mean, the fact that you got an earthquake so intense that it broke off a piece of rock the size of Rhode Island and moved it at 700 miles per hour from Cook City to just north of Cody. And then it sat there for 47 million years. And then an eruption of Yellowstone caused another massive earthquake that dislodged that block and sent it careening into the valley below, which is how we got Hart Mountain and the McCullough Peaks.
And anytime you can use Rhode Island as an example of the size of something, that's always great.
Yeah, it's the smallest state, but it's big enough that it leaves an impact. I mean, you could fit several Rhode Islands in Yellowstone.
You told us this story was coming the last time we talked to you about this this big bad beetle that does not mind the heat. It can live right on the edge of some of these warm springs and hot pools, and it likes to eat anything smaller than it, or maybe even bigger. These tiger beetles, they're bad news, man.
They're excellent news, Jake, because the entomologist that I spoke to said that tiger beetles are usually an indicator of a healthy ecosystem. So when you see tiger beetles in an area, you know that there's enough food to sustain them, that it's just a sign that the ecosystem is in good shape. They're bad news for brine flies and the other insects that get caught up in their mandibles and whatnot. But from our perspective, as a species that studies other species, they're a healthy sign, and it's good to have them there.
Apex predator insect. Yeah, read more about the tiny tiger beetle that can survive. How does it doesn't mind the heat like other insects? The heat would kill them, would it not? What's with these beetles?
Yeah, that's what turned him on to the idea in the first place. One of the entomologists I spoke to, he was visiting Yellowstone. He saw a beetle at Mammoth Hot Springs. He's like, there is no way that beetle should be able to physically survive at Mammoth Hot Springs or in any of Yellowstone's thermal pools. And yet here I am looking at it. It's there. So that prompted the study, and they've uncovered incredible things. And the beetle has a number of adaptations that help it survive. But what's really interesting is that tiger beetles survive in intense, hot climates in general. Like they're very well adapted to their environments, but none are adapted to the degree of the tiger beetles in Yellowstone National Park, to the point that now the entomologists are trying to determine if they are a distinct, genetically separate species of tiger beetle, or if they're similar enough to the other populations that are outside the park, because you can find tiger beetles in lots of places around the United States and in the surrounding states. But what's interesting about Yellowstone is that you only find tiger beetles around the thermal pools. You don't find them anywhere else, even in typical environments where other tiger beetles thrive in similar conditions elsewhere. But in Yellowstone, they only lurk around the thermal pools.
Yeah, either incredibly well adapted in this specific case or a whole different kind of beetle. Yeah. Well, that's for the scientists to figure out. They already figured out how we got Hart Mountain. They've found this beetle, and paleontologists say they can learn a lot from dinosaur teeth. For reals?
They can. Yeah, it's a relatively new field of study, but our enamel of our teeth is really dense and it doesn't fossilize. So when you actually find a tooth of an animal from millions of years ago, it's not fossilized like the rest of its bones. It's the actual tooth. It just might have changed color in all of that time. So by drilling into the teeth, you're able to isolate the isotopes, which preserve information about diets and the ecosystem and whatnot. So this particular study looked at the calcium isotopes of various dinosaurs preserved at Dinosaur National Monument in Utah to get an idea of what they were eating, or at least like give them a range of dietary options. And what they found was some overlapped, some were very unique, and they had their own diets that nobody else really infringed on. And then for Allosaurus, the big meat eater, they determined it was not a bone cruncher. Its teeth are designed to slash through flesh, and it was almost exclusively a flesh eater. It did not ingest bone while it was enjoying its steak.
I don't know how scientists figure out all this stuff all this time later. Crazy. All right, one final story from Andrew Rossi. Discovery Channel's popular Expedition Unknown is digging into the mystery of what happened to the body of Buffalo Bill Cody. What did happen?
Well, that's up for debate. So the rumor that's been around is that everybody assumes, and most likely is, that Buffalo Bill is buried on Lookout Mountain near Denver. But in his will, he said he wanted to be buried on Cedar Mountain in Cody. And there's a group of locals that claimed that after Buffalo Bill died, they drove down to Denver with a rubber bag filled with ice and a cadaver that looked close enough to Buffalo Bill that it could fool onlookers. And they switched the bodies. They brought Buffalo Bill's body back to Cody and they buried it secretly on Cedar Mountain. So that's the rumor. And there are other mysteries associated with the life of Buffalo Bill. I happen to know a bit more about this production than most for reasons, but that's the story that Expedition Unknown's going to unfold in The Lost Grave of Buffalo Bill, which airs tonight on Discovery Channel at 9 p.m.
Bam! Andrew, my head is spinning just following all the trail of all your stories. Discovery Channel tonight to learn more about Expedition Unknown and the final resting place of Buffalo Bill.
Yep, and you might see me there.
Oh.
Might, I don't know.
Okay. Andrew, thanks so much. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
All right. Andrew Rossi of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be back. Top of the hour news break next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A transgender woman flagrantly violated a newly implemented Wyoming law Tuesday, which restricts people to the restroom corresponding to their birth sex in public buildings. And nothing happened. 27-year-old Rihanna Kelver and Kelver's former English teacher, Nikki Bondurant, announced to a Wyoming Highway Patrol officer stationed at a desk near the restroom that Kelver would be entering the restroom and checked to make sure no one else was in there. Kelver then entered and exited the restroom with no consequences. But Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian reports that the consequences would actually be the responsibility of the state government.
There's no penalty for a person who, quote unquote, violates the law, but there are penalties for governmental entities that don't enforce the law, and they can be sued. I.e., if you're in a restroom and a transgender person walks in there and you are uncomfortable, then you can sue the governmental entity and say, hey, I was uncomfortable. This violated my rights to privacy.
In the case of Kelver's protest, Bondurant's efforts to clear the bathroom beforehand removed potential plaintiffs, which therefore removed the law's enforcement mechanism. The University of Pennsylvania vowed Tuesday to erase top swimming records set by transgender swimmer Leah Thomas 3 years ago and apologized to female athletes that were displaced by Thomas. The announcement surfaced on the same day that Wyoming's new ban on transgender athletes participating in women's collegiate sports competitions took effect. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland spoke to State Senator Wendy Schuler, who said Tuesday's decision by the University of Pennsylvania marks, quote, a great victory for our women and girls.
She's always said that she's motivated by her own memories of being a female athlete before Title IX and feeling that Title IX was this special safeguard for women because it promised their ability to do sports without discrimination.
Also on Tuesday, Schuler's bill to expand the sports law to the collegiate level for Wyoming athletes took effect as law. The operator of a pair of Midwest power plants wants $22 million from BNSF Railway, claiming that the power plants couldn't get their full orders of Wyoming coal. Recently filed documents in a dispute between BNSF and Evergy, an electric utility operating in Kansas and Missouri, reveal a play-by-play for not getting Wyoming coal to power plants during a critical period in 2022. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the dispute highlights the ongoing importance of Wyoming coal to America's power grid and the complex logistics required to move millions of tons of it out of the state.
What you had in 2022 was a real surge in demand for Wyoming coal. Travis Detai with the Wyoming Mining Association recalled how natural gas prices went up, and so a cheaper alternative was to purchase Wyoming coal for these power plants, but the train capacity just wasn't there.
Detai said things have improved, but a lesson from 2022 remains. The industry lost out on 30 million tons of production, and the state lost out on around $60 million worth of revenue. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Professional storm chaser Bryce Shelton was waiting for the perfect opportunity to propose to his girlfriend and fellow professional storm chaser Paige Bertimus. After 18 weeks of waiting, that opportunity arrived in the form of an EF3 tornado that touched down near Clear Lake, South Dakota on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the moment was captured in a dramatic photo, which was the plan.
They both described it as the perfect storm. It was a tornado categorized as an EF3. That means it was moving at up to 165 miles per hour, and it left a path of destruction across South Dakota and Minnesota. But these two storm chasers had been online friends for a while. They had been chasing storms together for a year, and Blake decided this was the perfect time to propose. So as he asked Paige, his girlfriend, to step outside to watch this tornado as it formed, he got down on one knee and he proposed. She accepted.
Fortunately, Shelton and Bertimus are professionals, so they were able to keep themselves safe during the storm that changed their lives. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
All right, on to the show, into the conversation. It's Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Where do we start, Claire? Transgender. Let's do that. I was a little bit surprised to see University of Pennsylvania do an about-face, a 180, and not only ban transgender athletes from participating in women's sports, but to go back and say everything that this transgender athlete did, they're going to tear down all those records. This started the whole thing. And interesting that July 1st, Wyoming, institutes its own transgender deal, and then University of Pennsylvania does this. Did you see this coming? Would you have anticipated this?
No, I did not see this. Because, Harvard, when it's, I don't think Title IX, but maybe Harvard, when its federal funding was implicated, made a big splash and, I think filed suit and just dug in their heels. And so, but yeah, UPenn, after 3-4 months investigation, came to what the department's calling a voluntary agreement, which I guess is a term under dispute among some here in Wyoming.
I mean, this to me was, the sort of the poster child of getting the whole thing started because because
Riley Gaines.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Why do you have that tone?
Because Riley. Yeah. And then, the sport of swimming and the fact that this was a man that competed in the men's swimming and was, just sort of average, and then went on to dominate. Like, this really got it all going. Okay, let's go to Wyoming, and we have the transgender. I think in your writing, this was your story, no? Or was it not?
Matt and I split it. And for some reason, I always want to call him Maddie, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
I don't know.
Matt was on scene. So he did the interview and the lead. And I interviewed the bill sponsors. And I also did some analysis of the law, which I would nerd out about if you would let me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why you're such an expert. I thought it was well captured, whether it was you or Matthew, giving me a feeling of the whole MEH moment of this, whatever this publicity stunt was, through the eyes of the trooper, the guy at the desk, like, I'm going to use the bathroom. Okay. Have at it. My only question for you, and then you can geek out on the whole law aspect. And by the way, Haraldson's still my spirit animal. I love this guy's quotes. I love all the quotes from the lawmakers who basically expressed, it's too bad that she seems to miss the point of this and makes a spectacle of this. This is not what the law is about. I think they get it right, but. Nikki Bondurant going into the bathroom ahead of time to make sure nobody was there. Was that intention? Was that them knowing the law and what it says and seeing if the trooper would intervene? I don't know. They either were real smart about that or they just wanted to make sure nobody else would be inconvenienced. I don't know. Go.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
So, right. So it's not a criminal. There's no criminal aspect for like arrest or charging or facing a misdemeanor or going to jail, anything like that. So when Wyoming, because Wyoming lawmakers, even though sometimes they come off as authoritarian, I think they do try to avoid throwing people in jail for stuff like this. I think they do. And so then the next thing is, okay, so we're going to let someone sue someone else. So who's that going to be? In this choice, they chose not to make a mechanism for suing the transgender person that your daughter encounters in the bathroom or whatever the case may be. Instead, they're like, okay, you can sue the government entity that didn't take reasonable steps to prevent this from happening. So here you have, in the case of the Capitol, a division of the Wyoming Highway Patrol is Capitol Security. And they're under this call to take reasonable steps or risk being sued by whoever else may happen to be in the bathroom. Right. And so Rihanna, the Facebook posts on the protest page leading up to this indicated that Rihanna was expecting a criminal charge or arrest or something and was hoping for that to challenge the law. Right. And so I don't think
so. She had a misunderstanding of the law.
I don't think this was very calculated. Yeah. And so I can't speak to Nikki Bondurant's understanding, but whether the teacher understood it or not, clearing the bathroom beforehand eliminated the law's entire enforcement mechanism, because then there's no potential plaintiff in there. I don't know if that was going through Capitol Security personnel's heads or not, or if they were just like, well, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I almost
had enough coffee yet.
You could either read it as they knew the law so well that they were testing the trooper to see if he would come in and arrest them, and then they'd get him in an aha moment, or whether I don't know. I don't know what the whole stunt was about. In Rihanna's words, it was about showing that it's okay to be transgender. And again, I don't think Wyoming ever says it's not. It's just they're just saying it's not okay to participate in sports if you're transgender, and it's not okay to be in the wrong bathroom. But otherwise, it's okay. Nobody's passing judgment.
One area where I'm curious about this law, maybe you have to get Ryan back on here to talk about this, or someone, but right, because they just have to take reasonable steps and or pass policies to prevent this from happening. If a trooper is like, I'm going to have to detain this person's a big problem in the bathroom, then is that whole little reasonable steps language enough for him to have possibly a qualified immunity defense if he gets sued for some kind of force or detainment incident? Or do you need a criminal mechanism in order to exercise that defense? I'm really curious about that, and I maybe should ask a lawyer today.
Yeah, that's getting real lawyery, which Claire does from time to time. That's why we like to talk to you. You know who, Rihanna, we're not trying to put you in jail. You know who we want to put in jail is that Kevin Siegel. Holy, how is this guy still on the loose, man? And who is he duping today? I don't know, but your story following up the Bitcoin billionaire who isn't, who never was, is poor Jason Irvine, just the latest to fall for his... if you give me I'll gladly give you a hamburger Tuesday for a hamburger today. That's whole Siegel's thing. How does he hoodwink people? I don't know, but I'm surprised some of the bond money was returned. Under what precedent did the judge just felt bad? He's just like, I feel terrible for you. Here, 15,000 of the 50 back.
I wish I had been in that bond hearing, but I wasn't. That was mid-June. I was knee-deep in politics. But no, so I don't know. I'm curious about that. And the order didn't say. The order was just like, here's 15,000 back, but according to law, whatever's left is going to go to the local schools. I don't know, Jake. You know, I can't pass judgment on defendants.
Yeah, I don't.
Until they're sentenced, then maybe a little.
Then judge away. We're talking about this Bitcoin billionaire who spent a weekend in Jackson Hole and ran up a $212,000 bill that through promises and bad checks and credit cards that were maxed out, and he never allegedly paid, and he's wanted in all 50 states now.
You could see how a person, if this did happen, as court documents allege, you can see how Jackson would be the right place for it, right? Like, totally. So I grew up in a motorcycle shop, right? And I can remember when it was after Hurricane Katrina, and this construction guy was just filthy rich. I was a child, so I'm piecing it together. And he took a shine to our shop and my dad. And so he just has my dad, like, get my snowmobile ready, mod it out, get a coat. These are my sizes. This is my wife's sizes. Get us all ready so that when we get to town, we're going to go, and then guide us up above Du Bois for an epic sled trip. He just took a shine to my dad and made my dad like his guy for an epic Wyoming snowmobile trip. Right. And like, we knew the guy was wealthy. We did all these things. We got paid in the end. But you could see how in Jackson where people like, this is all the time, like, get my truck ready. Like, you know, like wealthy people roll through there. You could see, you live in Jackson. You could speak to this, and I should shut my mouth.
No, you're totally right. Like, it's procedure. Like, if you worked a desk at Four Seasons, you don't ask for the money up front. These are wealthy people that come stay there, and out of courtesy, you expect, you are going to be paid. And the key is, I've seen this happen with lookalike celebrities where somebody was purporting to be a celebrity. But the beauty of this is nobody knows what a Bitcoin billionaire looks like. And they kind of look like this dude. If you had to think, if he says I made billions in Bitcoin, you would totally believe it. And this is Jackson's a great place to go perpetrate this, allegedly. What about the Manderson police chief who has basically been told, get out of Wyoming? This guy, for one thing, tipping off his girlfriend to, the canine drug sniffing dogs coming over. You better hide your stash. His girlfriend's a married woman with kids. Oh, this whole thing is sordid. Allegedly.
Constitutionally, we can't banish people. So I don't think he was told, you can't banish, citizens, lawful citizens constitutionally. We can't banish people. So I don't think he was told, get out of Wyoming, but he was told things will not be as nice if you're in Wyoming. He'll have supervised probation. But so that tells me, what does that tell me? That at some point he's talking to prosecutor judge, like, look, I just want to go to North Dakota and start over. I'm not going to have contact with this woman. I'm not going to deal with this police force. Like, that's what that tells me, is that there was chatter about him doing this. And so then the prosecutor says, fine, if you do that, you'll be on unsupervised probation. So you just got to check in and follow the conditions.
Yeah, we're talking about BJ Kidgel, who promised he wouldn't be a cop anymore and kind of promised he wouldn't see this woman anymore and said, I'm leaving anyway. And that sounded good to everybody in the court system. What else do we... Oh, there was one other thing, but I don't have a good understanding of it, so it's good that you're on the show.
Okay,
Claire.
Ask away.
The judge greenlights off-label prescribing of abortion drugs. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Go on. Is it a lot? Like, in my mind, off-label use of drugs was the ivermectin during COVID, when you had people say, look, ivermectin works, but the CDC and whatever said you can't, So how does this tie into abortion drugs? What's going on?
Okay, so I was covering this while it was gestating. Well, while this issue was gestating. While this issue was a fetus. I was covering this back at the legislature, right? And and these lawmakers are like, okay, so we have just this blanket bill that says the Board of Medicine, whatever, is not going to discipline doctors for prescribing off-label within the scope of their practice. And so it's like, whoa, that's. I guess I heard anecdotes about like Viagra for blood pressure or whatever. I guess Viagra's approved for blood pressure. I don't know. That's a tangent. So during this, there was testimony from a doctor who was like, I got in big trouble. I think he was fired. I can't remember. I got in big trouble for giving COVID patients ivermectin. And my COVID patients were very successful on ivermectin.
I remember that.
This is bad. And this is an injustice. And so that's what you're hearing, like, even though the law doesn't say ivermectin, that was the big conversation. And it's like this happening post-COVID, in the post-COVID Republican era. And so this happened, but they made an exception that people prescribing drugs for abortions do not enjoy this protection. Right? So they're not recriminalizing what Judge Owens told them not to criminalize. They're not recriminalizing prescription of abortion drugs, but they're saying, oh, you're not protected here. So, and so even though there's like no overt criminalization of anything, the implication, according to Judge Campbell, is, you want them to get in trouble. And I'm going to, don't die, iPad. I'm going to prevent that from happening by striking this language from the law while this case is ongoing. See?
All right, I understand
it's
better.
It's those wonky legal things. It's such a double negative.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm glad. I'm glad you explained it. That makes a little more sense. Has there been, on a side note, is there a drug that is identified as causing an abortion that is being used off-label in that way?
I wish, for your sake and my own pride, that I had researched that. But I had not. I should. I think mifepristone has other uses. Some of these drugs, I think they use, like, if you have a baby and your placenta doesn't clear, that happened to me one time. It's really dangerous. And then, like, you're hemorrhaging and you're bleeding everywhere. Yeah, and I don't remember which one it is though. But yeah, like some of these drugs, like they have purposes in the OB world that actually aren't tied to abortion. But I don't know whether that's what they're labeled for or whether they're labeled for abortion. I don't know the flip there.
I'm rereading again. A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. So good.
Oh, are you? Yeah, I read that one.
I love that book. Yeah.
Where did that come from, Jake?
I don't know. Because when you said about the placenta, the woman telling this story in The Tree Grows in Brooklyn is born with a cowl. And I'm like, what is a cowl? I had to look it up.
Oh, okay.
Look it up. It has to.
Okay.
It's a rare thing, and it's thought amongst Italians mostly, that you'll never die a death by drowning if you're born with a cowl.
All right, I'm going to do a Google of that. I'm reading Lonesome Dove.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Thank
See ya.
you.
Bye.
Have a great day. Claire McFarland on the show. Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more, including this day in history. And we'll chat with Roger Friedman, who says Trump's tariffs will work. Give them time. And he'll explain why. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This day in history. This day is July 2nd, 1861. Grace Raymond Hubbard is born in Clinton, Iowa. Who is Grace Hubbard? Well, once again, we're going to have to learn about history by looking up. She was a suffragist, played a major role in shaping Wyoming's past and the suffragette movement, of course. Grace Hubbard, born this day in Clinton, Iowa, 1861. Okay. Speaking of other great women of history, Ellen Watson was born On this day in Erin Lake, Ontario, Canada. You don't know her by the name Ellen Watson. You know her probably as Cattle Kate. Famous Cattle Kate, 1861 as well. 1862, following up on a theme first touched on yesterday, President Lincoln signed an act granting land for state agricultural colleges. This paved the way for UW, by the way. 1863, on this day, Chief Washakie signed the Fort Bridger Treaty of 1863, which provided for a lot of stuff that was never upheld by either party. 2 years later, by the way, on this same day, 1865, it was Sioux, or maybe Cheyenne, or maybe both, that raided a telegraph line near Platte Bridge Station, wounding Sergeant Holding. Sergeant Holding's attacker was killed by Private Hammond. This day, 1867, the first law partnership in what would become Cheyenne formed. The first law partnership in Cheyenne, 1867. Colonel Custer on this day left Fort Abraham Lincoln to chart the Black Hills of eastern Wyoming and South Dakota. Little did he know he would be looking at his final resting place, or the place where he would meet his end. 1885, Big Bear surrenders to General Strange at Fort Carlton, Saskatchewan, after his men run out of food and ammo. 1890, on this day, Congress passed the Sherman Antitrust Act. July 2nd, 1936, it was reported that Crook County was enduring a grasshopper infestation, one of the plagues of the 30s that were so common in the West and Midwest at the time. This was, of course, the Dust Bowl era. 1936, grasshoppers everywhere in Crook County. And in 1937, on this day, Amelia Earhart and her navigator Fred Noonan disappeared over the Pacific Ocean while attempting the first round-the-world flight. And, of course, Amelia Earhart has Wyoming connections, Wyoming ties. She loved Wyoming and was working at the time on building a cabin in the Meeteetse area way up in the middle of nowhere where she liked to vacation. That home was never completed because she never returned. That means that's all happened this day in history. And usually we try to follow that up with the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow. Will, take it away.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Greeley, Colorado. Tonight, the final go-round, the championship round from one of the largest rodeos in the United States. We will see how that ends and have the results. Today, 2004 World Champion bareback rider Kelly Timberman from Wyoming. We reflect back on the beginning when we come back.
Rodeo fans, make plans to join Rodeo Roundup for an action-packed PRCA rodeo you won't want to miss. From bronc busting to bull riding to mutton busting for the little cowpokes, dust off your boots and join us for a wild ride filled with fierce competition, family fun, and rodeo tradition at its best. Rodeo starts 7 p.m. on July 3rd and 2:30 p.m. on July 4th. Tickets available at the gate. Make Roundup Montana your Independence Day tradition. Follow Rodeo Roundup's Facebook page for more information.
Looking for tough, long-lasting stock tanks? Go fiberglass with Western Ranch Supply. Our non-rust, corrosion-free livestock water tanks are built to last forever. No more replacing rusted-out metal tanks. Choose from round, rectangular, or oblong styles in many sizes, all at competitive prices. Get yours today at Western Ranch Supplies, Billings, or Great Falls locations, or have them delivered right to your ranch.
Talk about some of those
that great competition you had, the top 20 or 30 in the world during that time? What do you remember?
I think the first thing when I started was I was riding against my heroes, and it was funny. Well, most people don't know this, but I didn't go to rodeo school to learn how to ride barebacks. I watched films that we, put the tape on the ends of the VH or the VS tapes or whatever, and recorded the National Files Rodeo. And I'd watched those films so much that when you put that tape in now to watch it, and old VCR, those great rides like Deb Greeno and Mark Garrett, Kelly Wardell, and Landlaw Ness, and the list goes on, but you can't even hardly see them because I had just studied those guys so much. So when I first started, I was entering rodeos with these guys, and I, by no means was I at their level, but I never wanted to be an amateur rodeo guy, so I didn't really go too many amateur rodeos. I just kind of started entering pro rodeos, and I remember I was entered up in Waco. This is before it was a circuit rodeo, and I think I was like third out or fourth out, and I had a pretty strong kind of a rank horse to ride, and I was in there and I was still figuring out how to pull my rigging and
2004 world champion bareback rider Kelly Timberman. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
And as that public lands provision thing sale proposed by Senator Mike Lee was pulled out of the big bill, the big beautiful bill, now known as just the Big Act, or I know that story is done and played, but there are some things you can go back and read about, including the opinions of a few Cowboy State Daily commenters and columnists. Gail Simmons wrote a great opinion column headlined federal lands measure would have betrayed Wyoming. Gail Simmons wrote, supporters of this plan spoke of affordable housing and local control, but let's call it what it is, a smokescreen. This bill wouldn't have solved Wyoming's housing crisis. It would create playgrounds for the wealthy. Gail Simmons with a great opinion piece, great column in the Cowboy State Daily. Ray Peterson took the opposite and minority view. He said not everybody hates Senator Mike Lee's idea of selling off federal public land. Peterson wrote, despite a loud public outcry against Lee's efforts to sell millions of acres of federal public land, not everybody hates the idea. Former Wyoming legislator Ray Peterson said states could buy the land and manage it much better. Now, that's if states could buy the land and manage it. That's not assuming the land would be sold to a private interest. Peterson said, I called it 20 years ago. I said one day the federal government's going to want to get out of this responsibility. They're not going to have the money to manage all these federal lands. And Peterson said, well, look, here we are. His old battle cry was federal guidelines, state control, local decisions. Ray Peterson is pretty sure that land transferred from the feds to the states would work out better. And there's still politicians that are going to say that. I'm just not sure Mike Lee's proposal was going to get it into state hands, those public federal lands. But just going back to recap that, good story from David Madison the other day that we never got to. Another wind and solar project has triggered opposition in eastern Wyoming. This is a proposed 450 megawatt wind and solar project that would span Goshen and Platte counties. It would create an estimated 300 jobs, mean about $150 million in tax revenues. Even so, locals are opposed, including the mayor of Torrington, who prefers gas and coal-fired power plants over wind turbines and solar panels. Even though it would be a boom to the economy, Mayor Herb Doby said his community is wary of promises made by energy development companies. Doby said, yeah, it does bring jobs. It heats up the economy in a good way and all that. But I think the thought around here is wind and solar are just not our future. Doby added, I'm 71 years old, and all I've ever heard was we're rich in coal and oil and natural gas and minerals. What we need is to add value to that. I can't think of a better way to add value than turning some of our resources into electricity. The mayor is not about solar arrays and wind turbines. He'd prefer gas or coal-fired power plant. Yeah, selling wind and solar in some communities might be a tough sell. David Madison talked more about it with Wendy Core here.
A proposed 450 megawatt wind and solar project spanning more than 53,000 acres in Goshen and Platte counties in eastern Wyoming is meeting resistance from locals skeptical about renewable energy developments. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Chugwater Energy Project is expected to generate more than $250 million in additional revenue for landowners over the project's life and about $150 million in tax revenue for local governments.
We've seen counties grappling with big wind and solar projects across Wyoming, and now the latest ground zero for this is in Platte and Goshen counties. A state representative that I spoke with and the mayor of Torrington are disappointed in the aftermath. They feel like there's a lot of questions that remain unanswered, and they sense the political winds blowing against wind and solar. And so just as we've seen around Douglas and around Lusk, we have some growing local opposition, or at least an opposition that's trying to get attention in the media.
The Chugwater Energy Project would install up to 107 wind turbines, solar panels, and battery storage systems on about 47,000 acres in Platte County and 6,100 acres in Goshen County.
Yeah, the winds of change in energy are not blowing, I guess, in Wyoming, or however you want to say it. Secretary of State Chuck Gray was on the show yesterday, and he said, man, you got to set aside some time for me to just talk about wind energy in general. And he follows President Trump's idea that wind energy is stupid. I think that was a direct Trump quote. Wind is stupid. It's just wind projects not going over real good in the Cowboy State. Well, I always knew this. I didn't need scientists to tell me, and you probably knew this as well. That late night, midnight snack causes more intense nightmares. Especially, scientists say, if that snack includes dairy or something spicy. Almost every time I eat right before going to bed, or if I eat something spicy or dairy, I seem to have vivid dreams and more scary dreams and just more, whoa, wake up nightmare things. Well, scientists say it's a real thing. They studied 1,000 college students. Of course, you got to go find a college kid who will do the study for $50. What? Here's a free pizza and $50. Will you take part in this study? Of course they will. Comprehensive study of 1,000 college students found some lactose intolerance, maybe some dairy caused issues with nightmares, and definitely spicy food. The scientists saw a direct connection with college students reporting that when they had a late night snack of anything dairy or spicy, they had wicked dreams. Yes, everybody knows that. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with Roger Friedman. You're going to love this interview. Roger You know, he knows a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff, including international economy and how tariffs might work for Trump. You see a lot of Democrats, a lot of liberals, all scared about the tariffs, and Elon Musk suddenly is anti-tariff. But Friedman is one guy who says, hang on, Trump's got it right. These tariffs are going to work in two different ways. We'll talk to Roger Friedman when we come back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Yeah, just skipping merrily along here on a Wednesday. Waiting on Roger Friedman. And I'm going to give him a few more minutes. I'm not sure what is the holdup. Roger's been super busy the last couple days. He claims he's retiring. First question I got to ask him is, how did you manage that? How does that go? Retirement. Kind of like that idea. But Roger's had a busy last few days, I know. Maybe he's just super busy, or I don't know. So we can move on to other stuff, I suppose. Let's go. While I'm going to recalibrate, just like Megan Degenfelder is doing with the Wyoming Department of Education. I'm going into the 5-year recalibration. I'm going to reassess where we go next. And while I do, we'll check in with Ray Hageman at the Wyoming Game and Fish Department.
For the third year in a row, a state record tiger trout has been caught. Find out who next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Another year, another tiger trout record for Wyoming. Shelby Holder of Kemmerer set the new record June 6th with a 14-pound, 15.2-ounce fish caught in the Hams Fork River near Kemmerer. The fish was 31.2 inches long with a girth of 19 inches. Holder shattered the previous record set last year by Jackson Crawl of Kemmerer at 12.77 pounds. Holder caught the fish between Viva Naughton Reservoir and Kemmerer City Reservoir. Crawl's fish was caught at Viva Naughton, and in 2023, Owen Shad of Cheyenne set the state record with an 11.93-pound tiger trout caught from Viva Naughton Reservoir. Holder caught his fish with a one-weight fly rod using a brown woolly bugger. Holder says he used 8-pound test line as a leader, and it took 30 minutes to land the fish. He says he was fishing for rainbow trout, but had caught tiger trout in that particular hole. He said he saw this particular tiger trout come up from behind a couple of rainbows and try to run them out of the hole. He says, I thought I would cast at him. He rolled on the fly. I set the hook, and that fly rod was bent in a U. Holder says, I knew I had to take my time if I hoped to land it. I had all evening, so that's what I did. It's spectacular and awesome. He says, I never thought I would hook into something that big. Tiger trout are a sterile hybrid produced by crossing a female brown trout with a male brook trout. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department first stocked tiger trout in Viva Naughton back in 2014. The fish have done well in a short period of time, thanks in large part to an abundant food source of Utah chub. Holder's catch confirms tiger trout stocked in Viva Naughton have moved into the Hams Fork below the reservoir and possibly further down into the Kemmerer City Reservoir. Jessica Lockwood, Green River Fisheries biologist, says the performance of tiger trout stocked in Viva Naughton has undoubtedly exceeded our expectations. She says, as we hoped, tiger trout keying into the abundant Utah chub population has produced exceptional-sized fish. Holder says he plans to retire his one-weight fly rod that landed that record fish and says he also plans to have the fish mounted. Log on to the Game and Fish website for a complete list of state record fish in Wyoming. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Well, thank you, Ray. We told you about that record-setting tiger fish, that tiger trout, and the guy who caught it. We covered that more than a week ago when that happened. We're always on it first, Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. You heard it first. We always try to be on the edge of breaking news. I don't know where Roger is. I'll reach out, but we're going to have to give up on Roger Friedman. Johnson County is paying bounties by the pound for invasive weeds. This program's been in place for a couple of years now, and it's growing. Every year it gets bigger and bigger. Johnson County pays bounty hunters to clear out some of the nastiest unwanted elements moving in. Not outlaws, but outlaw weeds, invasive weeds. And they had a big kickoff to the program, the annual program, on the boat docks of Lake DeSmet outside of Buffalo. Dozens of people showed up, pulled a total of 2,000 pounds of invasive weeds growing in the area, and that's good news. It's gotten bigger every single year, said District Supervisor of the Johnson County Weed and Pest, Alan Buff. It's one day where everybody gets together for a couple hours and we pull weeds in a collaborative effort. The kickoff to the program that's done really well, and it's helped getting rid of spotted knapweed, oxeye daisy, and other invasive plants. Hound's tongue. Oh, I hate the hound's tongue. That's what's on your dog when you take a walk and your dog comes back with all them stickies on them. Yeah, they do. They're doing a great job with this Johnson County Weed Bounty. The program started in 2018 and just keeps on growing. Here's what they pay in case you wanted to know if it's worth your afternoon. Collect a pound of oxeye daisy or orange hawkweed, and you'll get about $1.25 a pound. For spotted knapweed, hound's tongue, and mullein, you'll get about $1 a pound. And then the highest bounty is for just information, $50 to anybody who reports a new location of cheatgrass or Medusa head and where that's growing. Yeah, weed and pest folks want to know. They want your info and they want your weeds. It's a very successful program. In 2024, Johnson County Weed Bounty Program paid out bounties for 32,000 pounds of noxious weeds from mid-May through the end of July. Buff said one kid pulled 10,000 pounds of noxious weeds, and we kept paying, and he kept bringing the weeds. Good program. Good story. That's from Andrew Rossi, who was on earlier, and he talked about that cool weed program. Dale Killingback, his story about that death of a Pine Bluffs crop duster. We still don't have a lot of answers about this. So weird. The latest, I mean, at first we heard news of a pilot who was found, I believe, shot dead. Authorities were not releasing very much information except to say a shooter has been located. What does that mean? This happened back on June 24th. Still don't know a whole lot. Laramie County Sheriff's Office, who normally are very transparent, very open, and have great relationships with media and the Cowboy State Daily. So it's surprising. There must be something to do here. Kevin Heffley, 52-year-old, is the local pilot. He's the owner of Airtime Aerial. He was found shot and killed on County Road 157 on the afternoon of June 24th. And still not getting answers from the sheriff's office, but Dale Killingback was able to sit down with Mark Clark of Stonewall, Oklahoma, who's a good friend of Heffley's. He said the two used to rodeo together, and he finds Heffley's death hard to believe. Clark said, "We were on the K-State rodeo team together. Kevin was a bareback rider, and we just kind of kept in contact with one another ever since." Kevin is from, both are from Walsh, Colorado originally. And Heffley went on to get into this kind of aerial business of crop dusting, spraying jobs in Wyoming, Arizona, Texas. Clark said he really got to where he enjoyed it. Heffley was married again after, I believe, a divorce in 2015. Clark did not know much about Heffley's second wife other than she was a professional barrel racer. Clark said Heffley would reach out from time to time. Always thought of him as a level-headed guy. Clark's quote about Heffley, the deceased pilot, was, "He was not one to fly off the handle or anything like that ever in all the years I knew him." Interesting interesting phrase he chose to use, fly off the handle for a pilot, fly. And it made me think of what is the derivation of flying off the handle? I think we all know what it means. If you say somebody flies off the handle, it means they have an uncharacteristic reaction to something, or they have an unusual level of response to something, to a stimulus. But where does it come from to fly off the handle? I actually did look it up, and the derivation is believed to be first used by you-know-who, Shakespeare, but it actually appeared earlier than that. Probably 1843 England, to say one flies off the handle for nothing. First used by the first incidence of finding it used was Thomas Halliburton in a work called the Attaché, and it literally refers to an axe head literally flying off its wooden handle. Like if you're chopping a tree with an axe and the axe head, how many times has it happened to you where the axe head will just fly off, and that was equated with an uncharacteristic reaction to something. It'll fly off the handle. I thought that was super interesting. I bring it up because it's going to be our trivia content for Abby tomorrow. So Abby, you better be brushing up on the derivation of old school sayings and what they actually mean, how they came about to be. Things like flying off the handle. That's going to be our trivia question for Abby, who last week was caught cheating. So if you want to do it right, Abby, start doing your research now. Old school sayings and where they came from, what they mean and where they came from. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network will continue after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A mandate to keep males out of women's bathrooms in government buildings, a lifting of most government gun-free zones, and a requirement to prove U.S. citizenship and state residency when registering to vote were among the 106 new Wyoming laws that activated Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland highlighted just a few of the more prominent laws that took effect July 1st.
Some of the big ones that people have been really chattering about is the repeal of most gun-free zones on government campuses. Now that also affects schools. And then the bathroom ban. There's the voter integrity measures. And then there's measures to have authorities investigate land sales close to critical infrastructure, like the Air Force Base, power plants. If you're a business and you work with a lawyer, it might be good just to say, hey, what's some that directly affect my business that I need to worry about right now? If you're an individual, you can go on to wyoleg.gov.
When the Wyoming legislature passes new laws in February or March, it will commonly have them activate July 1st of that year to give residents and those impacted by the new laws a chance to prepare for the change. Hot Springs County residents aren't happy about deep cuts to the county's budget, including two beloved programs, 4-H and the County Extension Office. County commissioners argued that they have no choice but to slash $2.1 million from the county budget. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that commissioners are claiming that the cuts are needed in the face of lagging oil and gas revenue in the county coffers, as well as a 25% cut in property taxes.
For a lot of these kids in those rural ag communities, 4-H is it. I mean, that's their big thing. That's what they do. That's their outlet. That's the activity they're involved in. So obviously the commissioners are catching a lot of heat for that. A lot of residents of that county are saying, no way, we don't like this. And that's to be expected. In these rural communities, 4-H really is a big deal. The extension office is a big deal.
Among other cutbacks, Tatum Jordan, administrative assistant for the Extension Office, was laid off, and a roughly $7,600 line item, money used to fund travel and other expenses for 4-H events, could also be slashed. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright will join Wyoming's congressional delegation and Governor Mark Gordon on July 11th for the groundbreaking of what Ramaco Resources believes is the largest unconventional rare earth deposit discovered in the U.S., located at the company's Brook Mine in Ranchester. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the high-profile attendance at the groundbreaking ceremony underscores the project's national significance.
On July 11th, Energy Secretary Chris Wright will be joined by Wyoming's entire Washington delegation, Governor Gordon and others, at the facility there in Ranchester to show off the Brook Mine and the beginning of this process where they hope they're able to take the ore out of the ground right there and then process it into these really in-demand rare earth oxides that can then help replace the dependence that really high-tech industries depend on it coming from China.
The mine is expected to produce about 1,240 tons of rare earth and critical mineral oxides annually at a steady state, generating an estimated $378 million in annual revenue by 2029. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
A Wyoming lawmaker has zeroed in on a plan to reduce the size of state government. Sheridan Representative Ken Pendergraft said at a recent Joint Appropriations Committee meeting that he'd begin reducing the state's budget by eliminating the Wyoming Business Council. Pendergraft told Cowboy State Daily's Matthew Christian on Tuesday that economic development shouldn't be the government's responsibility.
He provided 2 reasons for this. First of all, he doesn't think economic development should be under the purview of the government. He's very opposed to that. He believes economic development should be left to the free market. Mr. Pendergraft's other reason is that basically what the Business Council is doing isn't working. He says the state's GDP has gone down since 2015 and that it's not working for the state.
Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell said he shares Pendergraft's concerns about government intervention in the economy. However, he added that no markets are truly free markets anymore. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
Zachary Sontag joins us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Zach, how's your Wednesday going? Zach, how's your Wednesday going? Zach does not hear me. It's been that kind of a day. Zach's maybe having technical difficulties. You don't hear me. No. He's either frozen or he does not hear me. Okay. Well, Zach, we got to talk about a couple of your stories, including the one that dropped on June 29th. Hundreds of residents turned out to remember beloved photographer Florence McCall Phillips, Flo McCall, in Jackson, hit and killed by a suspected drunk driver. And still the community is reeling from this incident. Zach, we don't hear you. You don't hear us. You don't hear us. You do hear us. I don't hear you, though. Could be a Zoom thing. We join our guests via Zoom. We'll blame it on Zoom. Why not?
Hey, sorry, we're
there
back.
You are.
Good.
There you go. I was talking about the story about Flo McCall in Jackson, and I know you're not from. I've been in Jackson for lots of years now. I know Flo McCall. I knew Flo McCall, but you really captured it. You know, for someone who's not of this community, you really caught on quick, and you captured Flo, and you talked to family and friends. So you got up to speed fast, and this is a loss that's still reeling here in Jackson.
That is my impression. I mean, I talked to dozens of people, just tons and tons of people, and I was stunned. I really was just really taken aback. I could not believe the impact that this woman had. And it wasn't like people knew about her. It wasn't like people heard she was a good person. They had just, I'm talking tens, dozens of personal stories about how this woman had impacted their lives on a meaningful level, you know? So I couldn't believe it. And by the end, I felt like I genuinely knew this person. I felt just crushed, hurt, touched by the whole thing. And it's really an amazing woman, an amazing story. She inspired lives. And there's so many details too about her personality and the things she did that, you know, it makes sense why she's a generational figure there in Teton County.
Yeah, it wasn't only through her job. A lot of it was through her job. She's a photographer. She was a photographer, so a lot of people knew her through that. But it wasn't just that, and it wasn't just one. The thing is, that I think you said in your story, the thing that strikes me about Flo McCall is she's able to navigate every demographic, you know, from hippies to suit and tie professionals to outdoors ski, you know, golfing. She got into golfing. Like, she could hang with and speak with and be genuine to everybody in Jackson. And there's a lot of different people here.
Indeed. You know, one of the fun conversations I had was with her son, Tanner Phillips. He's 21 and he grew up under her household, and he painted a picture of what life was like living at the McCall household. Always people over, big celebrations, big parties. And he tells me at one point, I just started noticing like these people were so different just in the way they looked and the way they talked and the things that they were interested in. And it went from, you know, the hippies to the corporate set and everything in between. And it makes that point. This was somebody who was not just welcomed into a variety of communities. She was not somebody who was just allowed to participate kind of at the fringes of different cultures and subcultures. This is somebody whose company was genuinely coveted across the entire socioeconomic spectrum there in Jackson.
Yeah,
and that's sure. It stuns me.
Yeah. Well, you got it right. A great story. I'm glad you were able to get to Jackson and do that. What was the memorial like? Where was it? The Presbyterian Church? And it was packed, huh?
The memorial was at the St. John Episcopal Church right there in the heart of Jackson. And it was moving to see how many people came in. I mean, they filled up the pews, they filled up the overflow, they piled into the hallways, they piled into the foyer, they were gathering on the steps. outside. They're gathering around the windows, just trying to peer in to see what's going on. And then you had groups gathered under the shade of the trees, looking at the service stream live on their phone. It was just, there was more people. At a moment, I was wondering, I think everybody in Jackson is here. I think this is where the entire city is kind of what it felt like.
Yeah.
And you could sense the diversity there too. You could see all the different types of people that were coming out to celebrate this woman.
Zach Sontag's story, hundreds mourn Jackson photographer killed by suspected drunk driver. Good story and really captured it. You must be getting out there on the road because you were up in Shoshone drinking at the Lucky Five. I've always passed by the Lucky Five Lounge. I've never had the nerve to go in.
Well, you won't regret it if you do.
Yeah.
This is a fun place. It's just fun because the people there are fun. And you go in, and it's kind of a classic dive in the sense that they know immediately that you are not one of the regulars. They know immediately that you're not from this part of town. And they can tell it by any number of ways. You know, they could tell it, in my case, they could tell it by how I was dressed. And they certainly knew it by what I ordered. They didn't think it was a very normal thing to ask for a glass of wine. And it became kind of a scandal there in the bar, and everyone gathered around, and what's going on here? But the people were fun. It was not a judgmental atmosphere. You know, some dives can be a little bit territorial. They can be suspicious. This group welcomed me right in, and before long, they're having a dance party. It's not even happy hour. You got some of the locals, you know, getting down on a blues rock boogie. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is a crowd I could really jive with. I could hang with these guys. It was a really fun time.
That's interesting. I think people don't recognize that about Wyoming. And that seems to be a pretty Wyoming thing where some of these dive bars, some of these roadhouse bars, they can appear scary and they can appear unwelcoming to somebody who doesn't fit the mold, but that's not necessarily the case. You were able to capture the unique, they're definitely sketch, but they're totally embracing of outsiders.
Indeed. And it's funny you use the word mold because that was something that I couldn't quite wrap my finger around. They had a lot in common in the sense that they were willing to be vulnerable. They were willing to share personal stories. They, immediately warmed up to me, with the exception of a few. And, there's some diversity in this group. You have, on the one hand, somebody like Jane Lowe, who is just as ready to tell you about, the very harrowing near-death experience that she had that caused her to stay in Shoshone permanently because of the way that the community gathered around her after that event. And on the other end, you have somebody like Anthony Gatherers, who is a little bit intimidating. He dresses in black head to toe with a black fedora, black pants, and he's got a really intimidating stare and just an atmosphere. And he kind of doesn't really speak unless spoken to. But once you kind of crack in there and you say, okay, this guy has stories too, including stories about whacking people over the noggin with a pool cue coming to the defense of a woman. So anything can happen in a place like Shoshone, I think, was what you're going to find. And you're not sure who you're going to find, but in the end, you're going to like them.
Yeah, I wouldn't challenge Anthony to a game of 8-ball. You didn't play pool with him, did you? Not for money.
I wanted to. I tried to.
Yeah. Well, what have you been?
I didn't make the cut, though.
Yeah. What have you been working on lately, Zach? What's coming up?
We're looking at some 4th of July fun. We might be headed to Sundance for the 4th of July. We're looking at some updates to the flesh-eating screwworm.
Ooh.
And, there's a lot of fun stuff going on. I hope to do some more traveling. I'd like to get up into the northeast corner of the state, Newcastle, Lusk, some of those areas. So we'll see.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks for popping on. Have a great Wednesday. Safe travels.
Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Zach Sontag with a couple of stories you should check out. Hundreds more in the Jackson photographer Flo McCall killed by suspected drunk driver. And Drinking Wyoming series included Shoshone's Lucky 5. And Zach was lucky to get out alive. No, just kidding. He was warmly welcomed after a little bit. We got more guests coming in, including Stephanie and Todd. And I'm not even going to give you a sneak preview of what that's about. We'll just spring it on you when we come back. Double Zoom, 2 guests at once right after this. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
And we're back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and with Stephanie and with Todd. Todd's having trouble with his video. Yeah, I heard Todd. I am the last guy who's going to be able to help you with that, man. I am not tech. Stephanie, I don't know. Do you have any? Are you going to be our IT person?
Oh, I'd love to help. I'm not with Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay, Todd, as long as we can hear you. That's the important thing. Stephanie Bell, you may know her. Our listeners may know her from longtime school board member of Park County 6. Is that right up there in Cody? Go Bronx, right? And now president of the Park County Republican Women. And Todd Bray. Todd, we've had you on one of our favorite groups, the Downrange Warriors. He's president CEO of Downrange Warriors and a veteran, and it's coming July 4th here in a little bit, and that's why we're all kind of grouped together in this trio. Todd, you go first. Catch us up again on what you do at Downrange Warriors.
Well, Downrange Warriors started 8 years ago to help one veteran who was in trouble. He got in his third DUI, and his life was a mess. And so actually a civilian asked me to get involved. At the time, I was not interested in doing anything like this. And we got him kind of turned around and discovered that had a little bit of a talent for reaching in the heart of a hardened combat veteran. And so that was 8 years ago. We've saved over 200 lives in those 8 years, turn them around from suicide, not only just to talk them off the ledge, but almost more importantly, get them back to being a leader worth following in their family. And then therefore we save not only that life, but the life of the continuity of the family and the kids, and to prevent the ripple effect that suicide is every single time. It's devastating to families. And so we got started then. We started off just in Park County. Now we are spread throughout the Rocky Mountain regions. We also have an office over in Lovell, and we have now also spread to first responders. We opened over there in support of that community after the tragedy with the mama and the 4 kids over there. So we just keep expanding. We expand as fast as the funds allow us. And we just totally devoted mission focus on suicide prevention.
Yeah. Organizations like this, programs like this, efforts like this need more of them, 10 times as many of them, because, veterans, what they experience, I can't even know. But Todd, you do know, and that's why you're so effective at coming alongside, because you know what they're going through. You understand it. Stephanie, what's going on with Park County Republican women? I think I saw on your Facebooks you gave out some high school kids some kind of grant scholarships or something. What have you been doing lately?
Thank you, Jake, and thank you so much for the invitation. So we're a longtime educational organization, and so we every year we have a number of annual events, and one of them is the scholarship luncheon. And our organization gives out 2 $1,000 scholarships, but we also basically host a scholarship from in the honor of Peg Coe and Peg Shreve, both really amazing women who are part of Park County Republican Women. And so how we got in touch with Todd Bray was we had a membership meeting last month, and one of our leadership team brought this idea up, and we were just so excited to have them come and talk to our membership and their spouses and guests, and it was just an extraordinary evening.
And when did this happen? This just happened?
Yes, just at the very beginning. I think it was June 11th.
All right. Well, I'm glad you two got together. This is a good marriage of 2 organizations. That's cool. Todd, what about 4th of July? What does it mean for, we got Memorial Day and we've had that, but what does 4th of July mean for veterans?
Well, obviously it's really, really important because it's what we've fought for. It's our flag, it's our country, it's the freedom that we hold near and dear, and freedom is never free, as we all well know. And you run with a crowd who said, send me, I'll go. And you hold your hand up and you give your life away to Uncle Sam. So we're not just combat veterans, but it's all veterans, whether, no matter what their MOS was in the military. And it's huge. So we're in a float in the parade. We got a couple of classic cars going to be in the parade in Cody, and enjoying all of the rodeo. I got a daughter that's a singer. She'll sing the national anthem at the Cody Stampede, and just embedded in it totally. And so we enjoy it greatly. I'd like to circle back, if I could, though. Something really cool happened. So we went to speak to Stephanie and the ladies at the Republican Party. My wife went with me, and I turned to my wife and I said, if we can Could you give them the ladies' side of this? And Stephanie, it was cool, wasn't it? My wife did the grand majority of all the talking, and it was what it's like to be the spouse of a combat veteran or to be a combat veteran themselves. And it was it was eye-opening for me in some areas that Terry and I, my wife and I, had this big conversation of what it's really like to live with a horse's hiney when he's trying to deal with all of what he deals with. And the ladies have secondary PTSD from living with the guy, the short fuse and everything that goes with it. So it was really impressive to address the ladies. And I like to throw a number in. Over 70% of the guys that we get are forced there by a female in their life, not suggested, forced there by a female in their life, to the tune of, I'm going to leave you if you don't get help. And so that's an invaluable thing to recognize.
They say, yeah, behind every great man is the woman, and maybe the same saying goes, behind every troubled veteran, there's a woman who's got to put up with a lot. Yeah, good point.
We call it the playground effect. I say we jump higher and run faster when the girls are watching. And so if a woman says, I believe you can do it, we think we can. And if a woman says you're nothing, I don't think you can, it's devastating. I think if women knew the power they had, they would run the world.
Yeah. Good point, Todd. Stephanie, speaking of women, women Republican, I remember hearing when Trump won presidency, and some people were so surprised that he won. He won in areas that folks didn't think he'd win, including women. And so, what is the health in Park County of Republican women? How's everything going there? Like, I think for me, I think when I think of women, I think a majority would be Democrat. I don't know why that is, but women can be Republicans too, huh?
Absolutely, absolutely. So one of the cool parts about being a Park County Republican women is that we celebrate female leadership. We happen to have members that we have 2 representatives that are members of our club that are current legislators. We have 2 county commissioners, number of people who have served on school board, a retired legislator. And so when you have the benefit of being able to, number one, work together, but to mentor one another and spend time with one another, it's just extraordinary. Park County is very, very strong as far as female leadership. And it'd be really great if we got to the point where it was just leadership, but we're still here. And so when Todd talks about just the impact of females in the lives of their loved ones, to be able to stand around and be able to talk that night about how influential encouraging someone to go to downrange warriors. I have to tell you that I learned about downrange warriors about 6 years ago. And what impressed me the most was that this is an organization that supports the entire family, that somebody who goes to this, that they provide an entire meal, they provide babysitting, and the spouses are heavily involved. And so if you take that family unit and you love them in the way that downrange warriors love these veterans and their families, it's just a winning combination. And so just so excited for Todd. And so for people to support them, and there's lots and lots of different ways. And so that's part of the reason why I'm here today, is just to really support downrange warriors.
As you listen to our 2 guests, it's hard to figure out who represents who. They're both talking up the other. Todd Bray is president and CEO of Downrange Warriors. Stephanie Bell, president of the Park County Republican Women. It's 4th of July coming up, or as they call it in Cody, the Stampede parade. They got a parade on July 3rd and 4th. You've solved many problems of the world up there in Park County, Todd and Stephanie. Can you get the fire department to show up to the parade? That might be the tough ask.
Somebody needs to call someone, right?
Right.
And so just like with veterans, it's time to speak up and say, boy, we'll really miss you if you're not there.
Yeah, somebody's got to reach out. So where are the both of you going to be for 4th of July? What are your plans, Stephanie?
I'll be sitting on the curb with 6 grandkids and my cat. This is the weekend to be in Cody. So all of the state of Wyoming, you're invited. Feel free to come. It's really 4 days. It starts today with the kiddie parade, and there's just no better place to be than Cody.
Oh, you make it sound good. Todd, where are you going to be?
Well, I was just enjoying listening to Stephanie. She's such a pleasure to work with. I'm going to be in the parade. We have a float, and so we'll have a bunch of our staff and a bunch of the guys and gals that have gone through our programs will be on there. And we'll also, but I have something special. A friend of mine sent it all the way from Laramie. I'll be driving a souped up 38 Chevrolet street rod, pushing 500 horsepower street rod, and I'll have a first responder in there with me. So I'm going to get to play driver in the parade. I'm going to have a blast.
Wow. All right. Well, that sounds like the place to be up there in Park County for the Stampede and celebrate 4th of July. Thank you both for being on. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, Todd's,
Happy 4th.
Yeah, happy 4th and have a great Wednesday. Stephanie Bell, Todd Bray on the show, the Cowboy State Daily. We'll be right back after this break.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
See it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. And let's go to social media. Let's go to X. Let's go to TikTok. What's going on with X right now? This morning, down detector shows many of the users, majority of users of X are having trouble getting on, logging on, posting, seeing anything. Did Elon Musk take X down? One commenter said, did Elon finally kill Twitter? Something's going on with X this morning, and media is aware of it. I don't know if Elon's aware of it, and some speculating that Elon took X down. Thousands of users reporting X is not working for them this morning. Unable to post, unable to see fresh posts. More than 15,000 users notified down detector that X appears to be down. Weird. Meanwhile, TikTok, of course, Chinese owned. Donald Trump says there is a buyer. He has a buyer for TikTok. He was claiming that. He said that in the Fox News interview 2 days ago. He said a group of very wealthy people, that's all he would identify him as, have worked out a deal to acquire the platform TikTok. Now, is that our friend Reed Reisner? We're not sure. Reed has others involved. It's not just Reed Reisner who's raising the money. The buyers are not mentioned by the president other than to say he'll reveal more later. Fox News, CNN, nobody is reporting any names, but apparently, by the way, the deadline for the parent company of TikTok, which is known as ByteDance, to hand over control of TikTok to U.S. operations, the deadline is now pushed back to September 17th. That deadline keeps getting extended, but another 75-day delay keeps the app operational in the U.S. President Trump has threatened numerous times to have TikTok simply go dark, and I think it did for like 14 hours back in January until he extended the deadline. It's now on yet another extension, but the threat is that as it's Chinese owned, it will not be allowed, TikTok will not be allowed to operate in the U.S. sooner or later, and there needs to be a new buyer. Our friend Wyomingite Reed Reisner has been really vocal about his bid to buy TikTok. He's put up a competitive bid of, lots and lots of money. He's got other investors, so I don't know if this is Reed. We'll have to reach out to Reed and see if this is him that Trump is talking about. But he mentioned a couple of days ago during an interview with Fox that there is now a TikTok buyer that he'll reveal in what he said was 2 weeks. And he said, we have a buyer for TikTok, by the way. Trump said, I think I'll need probably China approval. Yeah, there's got to be Chinese approval on any sale, I would imagine. That's what Reed has told us. But asked who the buyer is going to be, Trump said, I'll tell you in about 2 weeks. He just said it's a group of very wealthy people. Yeah. So there's your X and TikTok update in case you were wondering. What else is happening in the news? Let's go to the Cowboy State Daily. More news stories we've been following this morning include Hot Springs County. Boy, I feel bad for these kids. I hope maybe it's not too late to rescue some of these programs. But Mark Hines writes about the Hot Springs County commissioners facing backlash Residents are upset over deep cuts in the county's extension office and 4-H program. Commissioners say it was necessary due to lagging oil and gas revenues, 25% cut in property taxes. There just isn't the money to fund 4-H and the county extension office in Hot Springs. And that is just, who suffers is the kids in these programs. They're super popular. And as Mark Hines points out, they're all some kids have in rural counties like this. Here's Mark Hines talking to Wendy Core.
Hot Springs County residents are not happy about deep cuts to the county's budget, including 2 beloved programs, 4-H and the County Extension Office. County commissioners argued that they have no choice but to slash $2.1 million from the county budget. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that commissioners are claiming that the cuts are needed in the face of lagging oil and gas revenue in the county's coffers, as well as a 25% cut in property taxes.
For a lot of these kids in those rural ag communities, 4-H is it. I mean, that's their big thing. That's what they do. That's their outlet. That's the activity they're involved in. So obviously the commissioners are catching a lot of heat for that. A lot of residents of that county are saying, no way, we don't like this. And that's to be expected. In these rural communities, 4-H really is a big deal. The extension office is a big deal.
Among other cutbacks, Tatum Jordan, administrative assistant for the Extension Office, was laid off, and a roughly $7,600 line item, money used to fund travel and other expenses for 4-H events, could also be slashed.
Yeah, that's tough news. Tough news for these kids in that program. And I hope some way, somehow, it can be rescued. But I don't know. This is probably only the beginning. We anticipated budget cuts were going to be tough, especially when it concerns property tax relief over the general session, legislative session back in January, February. Cutting property taxes for many homeowners, property owners, would be positive in one way for those paying the property tax, but negative in the way that without a backfill, there would be immediate cuts, especially for the smaller budget counties that would be really feeling the crunch. And maybe this is only the first of disappointing stories where you're starting to see what happens when the funds are just not there for counties and municipalities. Wyoming legislators are happy about the removal of one piece of legislation in the big, beautiful bill. No, it's not Senator Mike Lee's public federal land sales provision. It's that part about regulating AI. That part got removed from the bill, and Mark Gordon is happy about that, and several other Wyoming folks happy about that. Representative Daniel Singh, who is foremost in cryptocurrency, digital assets. Singh is real big on AI. He loves the position Wyoming is in to lead the way in this kind of new tech. He's happy about it, glad to see the provision removed. Senator Chris Rothfuss, also big on this kind of stuff, Democrat out of Laramie, said he was relieved. Governor Mark Gordon pleased to see the provision gone. What the provision was a 10-year moratorium that would have had the federal government regulating any advances, anything to do with artificial intelligence, rather than let states operate on their own in an AI world. The quote from Singh is, had the 10-year moratorium passed, we would have seen one of the greatest technological leaps in human history, the invention of artificial general intelligence placed under the control of Congress in Washington, D.C., an institution Not exactly known for operating at the speed of business. No. Good point, Singh. Artificial general intelligence refers to the theoretical possibility that computers develop intelligence and the ability to use it in a way similar to humans. It also involves robots killing humans in the end, but that's just my speculation. Singh is happy, the governor and others are happy that provision was taken out of the big, beautiful bill, which is now going by simply the act. That piece of legislation passed after 60 hours of debate, after back-to-back all-night sessions. It ended in a deadlock 50-50 vote, but the deadlock was broken by VP J.D. Vance, who cast his pivotal vote to pass the big, beautiful bill, which will add to the national debt. It raises the debt ceiling by, just $5 trillion. And it will also do a lot of good things for coal industries, oil and gas, providing incentives for oil, gas, and coal. The passage of the act was noted by Senators Barrasso and Lummis and praised. U.S. Senate Tuesday, when they passed that bill, 3 Senate Republicans went the way of the Democrats. All Democrats voted against it. That's 47 of them. And 3 Senate Republicans also voted against the bill. Susan Collins of Maine, Rand Paul of Kentucky, and Tom Thomas of North Carolina all aligned with the Democrats in voting against. That created the 50-50 tie. As Greg Johnson pointed out earlier this morning, for a while, there was almost 4 Republican senators who would have flipped. I think the last one who was kind of on the fence was the woman from Alaska, and she might have been holding out for more gifts and prizes at the end of the game show. I don't know what she ended up getting, but she did finally vote for the bill, and it finally passed. We got, I got more to get to, but I want to quick play Game and Fish, Ray Hageman's Game and Fish report from
a cow moose shot and killed after a confrontation with an angler. Coming up next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. On the morning of June 14th, Wyoming Game and Fish Department personnel received a report that a cow moose had been shot in a confrontation with an angler on the North Tongue River in the Bighorn National Forest near Bear Lodge Resort. When game wardens responded, they found the moose deceased from her injuries. The game wardens interviewed the angler, who said he had encountered the moose at close range in thick willows. He fired multiple shots at the moose when she became agitated and charged him. The wardens searched the surrounding area and found 2 young-of-the-year moose calves they believed the cow was defending. Due to their inability to survive without their mother, the calves were euthanized. The North Tongue River and nearby areas are prime moose habitat. These areas are also popular with anglers and other recreationists who can take steps to prevent conflicts with moose and other wildlife. The Game and Fish asks the public to consider ways to avoid a potential conflict. While moose are found in many areas of the Bighorn National Forest and adjoining lands, they spend significant time in riparian areas, the areas in and around rivers, streams, and ponds. So pay particular attention to your surroundings while in these areas, watching and listening for movement. Despite their large size, moose can be difficult to spot in thick vegetation, such as willows. Make noise and move carefully through areas with low visibility. Be especially watchful during times of low light, such as early morning or late evening, as their dark coloring always makes moose hard to see. Give moose and other wildlife as much space as possible and an escape route. All wildlife can be unpredictable and become defensive if they feel threatened. Doe deer, cow moose, and elk may become quickly protective of fawns or calves that are hidden nearby but not observable to you. Choose another route of travel if your path will take you near visible wildlife, and be alert to an animal becoming agitated by your presence. Signs of agitation include interruption of feeding, staring, ears pinned back, and head lowered. Dogs should be on a leash or under voice control. Dogs can trigger protective behavior in deer, moose, and other animals, and it's illegal to allow dogs to chase or harass wildlife. Consider carrying bear spray while recreating. It can be effective, non-lethal deterrent in a conflict situation with moose, bears, or other wildlife. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, Ray's right. Dogs and moose do not mix well. I've had a few encounters with moose, none too terrible. I was feeding horses once. It was super dark. It was early in the morning, and it was really dark. And we had the hay in this shed, and I went into the shed to go grab a bale of hay for these horses, and it was really dark. And I pick up the bale, and I'm like chopping the strings and opening it up to get a couple of leaves of hay, and I notice movement over to my left, and I look, and it is a pretty big moose, and I'm like, dang, the moose somehow got in the shed, was eating the hay, and I was like, I could have reached out and touched the moose, but she didn't do anything. She was probably content to just eat the hay. Like, I hope you're not going to kick me out of here. And, nothing happened. I just pretended I didn't even see the moose and walked out with the hay, but no incident. And then on another time, I was in Grand Teton National Park. I was cross-country skiing with my two dogs, and the two dogs were super well-trained. Seriously, like these dogs, Border Collie and a little red heeler Border Collie mix. They were voice command. They never chase wildlife. If they even looked at a deer or something, I would just say, down. And they would fall down like they were shot. I mean, these dogs were very well trained. They never chase wildlife. Yet, they could encounter wildlife outside of my view. So I'm cross-country skiing. The two dogs are out ahead of me a little bit. Sometimes they were behind, sometimes off to the side. They were out ahead of me in this instance, and they were around the bend, and I couldn't see them. And then here they come running back, and they're running back to me, not with the kind of like, oh, we're running back and reconnecting with. They were running like top speed, like nose down as fast as they could run. I'm like, what's going on? And I see behind them, they're being chased by a moose. And man, I'm not a good cross-country skier, but I might have set some land speed records on that day. I turned around and I followed those dogs right out of there. That moose was not happy. So the incident that Game and Fish was talking about, we had that story in the Cowboy State Daily, and kind of playing off that incident where that man encountered a moose in the thick willows and shot it and killed it. And unfortunately, the mother moose, the cow moose, had two calves of the year that had to be put down. So that's 3 moose killed in this incident. Terrible news. But we get a letter to the editor that's good advice. Barbara Lucas from Casper writes in the Cowboy State Daily regarding the story, Angler Shoots, Kills Charging Moose. Her letter to the editor is titled, Another Way to Deal with Charging Moose. Dear editor, after hiking through a slight bend in a trail, I heard sounds of a snorting and pounding hooves behind me. From about 50 feet away, a cow moose came at me full speed ahead. And Barbara said bear spray is maybe more effective and certainly less lethal than perhaps, having to shoot a moose. And also, being more aware of your surroundings, keeping a head up, and avoiding the encounter to begin with. But a good letter to the editor from Barbara Lucas gives us another way to maybe deal with those moose encounters. Checking out the latest on the horse fire. Good job by firefighters continuing to get a handle on that. Growth was minimal over the last 24-hour period. Last time we talked to you yesterday, I think we were about 2,600 acres, looking at 2,795 total acres burning in that horse fire. One of the first, the only real kind of major fire burning in the state of Wyoming. 59% containment, still a type 3 team on that. Incident commander, I think that team has timed out now. You get a certain amount of time on a fire, I think 2 weeks. Incident commander, the fire has now been transferred over to Pepe Contreras and Eric Neiswanger, both with ICT 3 teams. 97 total personnel on that. That peaked at one point. They had well over 200 people fighting that fire. That's now down to 97 as growth has slowed just a little. So that's good news on the horse fire. Well, these stories and a bunch more. I like this story from David Madison. Energy Secretary is going to visit Wyoming. And Greg said that doesn't happen very often. U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright will be in northern Wyoming, right up there outside of Ranchester, for the groundbreaking of the Brook Mine. Ramaco Resources is the company behind this mine, and they say it could be one of the largest unconventional rare earth deposits in the U.S., and they're eager to dig up some rare earths at a time when we're trying to wean ourselves from China and their stranglehold on rare earths. It's good news for Wyoming, and it's certainly cool to hear that Chris Wright's going to be right up here in the great state of Wyoming on July 11th. Well, that's going to do it for this show, Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. See you again tomorrow, same time. Everybody enjoy your Wednesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.